Okay, council members, let's begin assembling. Okay, it's 7:02. I'm calling the meeting of the San Leandro City Council to order. Today is Monday, November 18th, 2024. Who would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? City Manager, would you lead us today? If you're able to, please stand.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The City of San Leandro conducts orderly meetings to fulfill its mandate. Discriminatory statements or conduct that would potentially violate the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964 and or the Federal Fair Employment and Housing Act, California Penal Codes 403 or 415, are per se disruptive to a meeting and will not be tolerated. Please see the City Council Handbook and City Council Meetings of Decorum for more information. Madam Clerk, your announcement.
First, I would like to take roll.
Oh, please do.
Ms.
Even
Mayor?
better.
Councilmember Aguilar,
Present.
Councilmember Azevedo,
Present.
Councilmember Baloo,
Present.
Councilmember Bowen, Councilmember Viveros Walton,
Presente.
Vice Mayor Simon,
Present.
Mayor Gonzalez.
Present.
Note all members are here, and I will proceed with my announcement. If you would like to make a public comment during the meeting, you can do so in person or via Zoom. If you are present at the meeting, please complete a speaker card and submit it to the city clerk before the item is presented. If you wish to participate in public comment via Zoom, you can use the raise your hand tool when the item is called. During the public comment session, speakers will be invited to speak and will have a set time to share their comments. A countdown timer will appear for their convenience, and when the time is up, the microphone will be muted. All raised hands outside of public comment will be lowered to avoid confusion. Once public comment is opened, hands may be raised to speak. There will be a 30-minute window for public comments, which will take place under item 7, public comments, as per the published agenda. After this time is up, the council will proceed with the rest of the meeting's agenda. If you have not had the opportunity to speak during the initial 30-minute period, there will be another chance to do so after item 12, city council reports. Thank you.
Item number 3 is the report on closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. No reportable actions were taken in closed session, but direction was provided to staff.
Thank you. So for recognitions, today we will declare Transgender Awareness Week and the Transgender Day of Remembrance. We all recognize the importance in this particular environment, do we not? Of this specific proclamation, right? Who wants to stand up here with me to receive it? Just come on up. Anybody else? Anyone else? You can stand. Feel free to stand. Whereas all people deserve to live in a community that respects their dignity, safety, and overall well-being. And whereas transgender people from all walks of life continue to face high levels of discrimination, fear, and stigma. And whereas each year, the week, let me do that again. And whereas each year between November 13th and 19th, Transgender Awareness Week is held to raise the visibility of transgender people and to address the issues that they face. And whereas the week concludes with Transgender Day of Remembrance on November 20th, which brings awareness to hate crimes committed against transgender people and honors the memory of those harmed and killed by senseless acts of violence. And whereas according to the federal data sources, there are approximately 1.6 million people, 1.6 million people in the United States who identify as transgender, representing about 0.5% of the adult population. The San Francisco Bay Area has one of the highest percentages of adults who identify under the LGBTQIA+ umbrella. And whereas the city of San Leandro benefits from the diversity of its population and seeks to promote inclusion of all people as a testament to our shared values of dignity, equity, and fair treatment without regard to gender identity or expression. Now, therefore, I, Juan Gonzalez III, Mayor of the City of San Leandro, do hereby proclaim the week of November 13th through November 19th as Transgender Awareness Week. And November 20th is Transgender Day of Remembrance here in the City of San Leandro. And encourage all residents to join in this worthwhile cause to promote inclusion, equity, and understanding of transgender people in our community. And you were the first one to stand. So this is for you. So I'll leave you with this thought. Finding someone to step forward, be it a parent or an adult, to receive this proclamation was incredibly difficult in the current environment. This is exactly why we have this recognition, because we need to become more aware. For those of you that are just not familiar or feel uncomfortable with this space, there are many, many reasons why people encounter this experience of being transgendered. Some of them are as simple as genetics. You know, in school, we learn all about, oh, if you're XX, then you're a woman. If you're XY, then you're a man. But that's actually not the true science. There are XX individuals who present as men. So I think it's important for us to recognize the scientific reality that everything is not black and white, and that there are ways in which people are on a continuum, on a spectrum. And so I'm grateful for the folks that were willing to show courage and stand up here as part of this proclamation. Let's move on with our business after we take the formal picture that Michael Steiner wants to take. Okay, moving to item number 5, our consent calendar. Do I have a motion for the consent calendar, or obviously anything that anybody wants to pull? Councilman Regular.
I am looking to pull item. I had it on earlier,
5H.
5H.
Councilmember Blue.
Move the consent calendar except for item 5H.
Do I have a second on that? Got a motion from Councilmember Aguilar with a second from Councilmember Bowen. Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mark Janowitz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I'm Mark Janowitz. I'm a homeowner in the city of San Leandro. I just have one brief comment to make on the annual evaluation of the rent review program. I've attended 2 meetings in the past couple of years, and I've read the ordinance. And without being too presumptuous, a quote from the Mahatma Gandhi comes to mind when the Mahatma was asked by a British reporter the question, Mahatma, tell me, what do you think of Western civilization? And he said, I think it would be a very good idea. And the reason that comes to mind at this point is that I think an effective rent review ordinance would be a very good idea. The ordinance is completely effectless, without any legal effect, without any binding effect. And I think there's potential there that it could be made into some effective ordinance to review rents and to provide a forum for the participants on both sides of the discussion to come together and resolve disputes. I'm hoping that when this body passes a comprehensive package of community improvement and tenant protection ordinances, that a rent review board that adjudicates disputes between the parties will be in there, that has some teeth, that is effective, that is binding, and that is enforceable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Katz-LaCave.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. My name is Mike Katz-LaCave. I am here to speak on item 5F, which is a donation from Marina Square Center of money to pay for 4 license plate readers. And what I don't understand about this is why other private property owners are paying for their own license plate readers, Kaiser, for example, Columbia Electric, a number of others. Why accept a donation for targeted law enforcement surveillance? This seems to me a very, very bad precedent where essentially you're encouraging those organizations, businesses, or individuals who have money to essentially act as agents of the police department by donating money to get the technology that they want. And oddly, the technology that they could install on their own and have under their own purview. I encourage you to vote against this. I will note that we have 74 license plate readers already in the city. Every month, they are collecting data about almost 800,000 vehicles in the city. Of course, most of them, more than 90%, probably close to 97 to 98%, collecting information about people who are not charged with, not suspected of any crime. But we're collecting all that data, mass surveillance again, on the premise that some of these people might go on to commit crime. I encourage you to vote against this. I think this is bad policy and encourages discriminatory policing based on who has money and who can afford it, exacerbating the economic disparities in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Douglas Spalding.
Thank you, City Clerk, members of the council. I'm here to speak on 5H. How much longer are we going to carry on this charade of a rent review board that's entirely appointed by the mayor and in one of those, the wolf overseeing the chicken coop type affairs? It's chaired by Tom Silva, a developer. Roughly half the population of San Leandro are renters. Estimated 45,000. And yet in the last year, there was only one hearing before the rent review board. Doesn't that tell you that maybe this really isn't effective? It's not working. We need a more representative and effective board. Maybe the board needs to be expanded. Maybe it shouldn't be just appointed by the mayor. Maybe each of you should get a turn. Maybe we can, be thoughtful about the representation on a new rent review board. Beyond an effective rent review board, we need effective rent stabilization. And it's really very transparent that any attempt to bring rent stabilization before the city council has been blocked. And here again, we're dealing with this witch hunt of these censorship resolutions that we'll be speaking about later. But at the last city council, we never got to item 11 so it could go on the agenda because you had to go back in closed session to deal with this. I wonder whether we'll get to item 11 tonight. Remains to be seen. But come on, we've been waiting. We've been waiting and waiting, months, years. The people of San Leandro deserve better from their city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have no more public comment on consent.
Yes.
Nope.
Is there a hand online? Nope.
It's back
Okay.
down.
So then I'll close public comment and come back to council for discussion. And if there's none, we'll go forward with the existing motion. Councilmember Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. Thank you for, I just was curious with regards to this item, with massive evictions happening, the moratorium on eviction was lifted. We've only had one case that's been documented, and that was for a 9% increase. A lot of these cases go undocumented because folks don't have a lot of time to prepare to file a complaint. So what can we do to help expedite this process so that folks don't have to wait a month or 2 weeks for a rent review board meeting to take place so that they can get a decision or help when their rent is being astronomically increased?
So if you don't mind, can we deal with the other ones? Because we've already pulled this one. So can I take care of the other one first and then come back to this, and we will address your question absolutely first. So on the floor, on the motion that's on the floor for the consent calendar, except for 5H. I've got a motion, I've got a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes unanimous, 7-0.
Okay, so I'm going to return the floor to Councilmember Aguilar, and I'm going to come to City Manager to begin this discussion around what might be involved and the various factors that are involved in how we assess this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we have Housing Manager Carrie Husler here to answer questions on this item.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm happy to help.
So I think the question on the floor is whether there are measures or actions, decisions that we can make that would help people more quickly have their cases heard. I don't mean to paraphrase your question, but I believe that's the essence.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure. So in the report, we talk about 24 households sought services through ECHO for tenant relocation, and one household, or excuse me, for the rent review, and one household came forward with an actual eligible case, and we held a hearing last November. And they did not come to an agreement during the hearing, but they did come to an agreement outside of the hearing. So the city is able to move cases quickly when they do come to us. We just only had the one eligible case. So staff is prepared and ECHO is prepared to move them forward. It's just a matter of eligibility for a rent review case. And I would say a lot of that speaks to folks settling things between tenant and landlord outside of the city's services because we have this process in place. They don't always want to air it out publicly.
So one case that actually went forward, but there were 24 cases.
So we had 24 households go to ECHO to inquire about the rent review board. And of that, one case came forward to seek the city's rent review board services. And we held that hearing last November, the one discussed here about the 9%. But other than that, we did not have any other eligible cases. The other 23 either resolved or did not move forward outside of the city.
What's the typical process? I mean, can you walk me through a process of when somebody has, let's say a landlord raises their rent 12%. They come in, excuse me, file a claim. Excuse me. What is our process?
Sure. So the city has a very strong partnership with both ECHO and Central Legal. And so a lot of times the tenant will call into the city and we'll refer them to ECHO or Central Legal, or they'll call into those agencies directly. And ECHO determines eligibility for a rent review hearing and then coordinates with the city, and staff goes through the process, goes through the eligibility, and then can often mediate between the tenant and the landlord about the process and brings it forward. So we can schedule a hearing within 2 to 3 weeks. We can turn that around. It's just a matter of whether or not the tenant wants to move forward.
And is there a possibility to do that quicker, given that folks are often given 30 days?
That's a good question. I would say that it's just a matter of getting the materials and the eligibility and the packet prepared. But I think 2 weeks is realistic. And if in the instance last year with the one household, timing didn't seem to be an issue. It was more a matter of process where they wanted to come forward and have the rent review board hear the case, and actually continued the item to a second hearing because they wanted to dive deeper into the mediation. And so the city's timing has not held things up, but if there were a situation like that, we could expedite it.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. Thank you. That was my question. Then with regards to the ordinance, I think this was passed back in 2017 with regards to tenant relocation or costs associated, I think with $7,000. Given CPI, what have you, and almost like, what is it, 7-8 years? Is there a way that we can discuss possibly bringing that up?
I'll go to city manager on that.
Mr. Mayor, yes, if that is a referral that you'd like to make, that we can definitely put that on the priority work list and then discuss if that moves forward.
Okay, wonderful.
Councilmember Baloo, please.
Thank you. I wasn't going to ask a question, but now I have one. I want to make sure I heard you right. ECHO was contacted by 24 families or residences that are in the city limits of San Leandro, and only one went forward to the rent review board.
This past fiscal year, correct?
Okay, so what I'm reading is the rent review board's comments about the board requests that staff provide a more detailed report of the existing ECHO housing data to the board on a regular basis. I think it would be helpful for the policymakers here to have an understanding of what triggers, if there's any kind of clustering of the complaints, what they are, whether it's just for raising rent, whether it's for, the refrigerator doesn't work, whatever that is really helpful information. It may be outside the purview of a rent review board, but in my experience with the rent review board, watching the meetings, it's often not only about the rent, it's always about something else. The window doesn't close, whatever, the washing machine doesn't work. So I wonder if I'm sure that we have, I guess the city staff has, but if the council saw the rent review board members' comments, more detailed report from Echo, because it sounds like, what happened to the other 23? Were they helped? Were they satisfied? Was there a good resolution? Was there not? I mean, we don't know that because we don't get that information. I don't think the rent review board does either right now. They also request that staff look for additional resources for subscriptions so that they can acquire commercially available market data for San Leandro. And my question to the city manager is there a budget for adding more third-party subscriptions right now, or do we need to find the money?
I would defer that to housing manager.
Sure, I can answer a few of your comments and I'll start with that. So we actually have, since the rent review board hearing and since the last rules committee, we've looked into a new subscription to Yardi. And so we're pursuing that. And then in terms of the feedback on the why people come to the rent review board, I can use the one household from last year. The rent increase was within the eligible amount, but because there were grievances with maintenance, the tenant chose to use the process to air that out. And I would say was mostly satisfied with the rent review board members' feedback. And so it was definitely a rounded situation between the rent and the maintenance concerns. And then in terms of the other 23 households, we have some data on that, but we're working to bring that forward in the next year's report. So it's not just at an administrative level, but we can bring that information to the rent review board members.
I appreciate that. I also my last comment, Mr. Mayor, I also appreciate that in your report, I don't know if it's yours or Tom's or whoever, that you you listed the rents, the average rents or median or average rents nationally and average rents in San Leandro. And I was happy to see that the national rents have only gone up 1.35% each year over the last 2 years. And in San Leandro, a little higher than that because we're in California, but 1.75% each year over the last 2 years. It's not perfect, right? It's not rent going down, but certainly reasonable when compared to the CPI and the cost of groceries and cost of gas and cost. And I think it's a combination of all of these factors that are really impacting some of our challenged residents in San Leandro. I mean, groceries are way up. PG&E is up 17%. The CPI, I think, was 2.7 in August over the last 12-month period. So I don't know how we're going to solve all those problems, but it's just nice to get that data from you on the housing end so we can look at the other data from the internet and just have an understanding of, are we going above inflation or are we still kind of within what's considered not really acceptable, not best case, but not way outside the margin. So I appreciate the data that you put in the report. Thank you.
Councilmember Azevedo, please.
Hello. In regard to the tenant relocation assistance ordinance, how many people or families has that helped out since it's went into effect?
I'm going to bring up our senior houser, Grace Strethoff. She authored this report. And
Good evening. So unfortunately, we don't have the number of people that helped since the beginning of the ordinance, but we do know that in the time for this reporting period, last fiscal year, at least 5 of the people who reached out to ECHO did receive benefits.
My other question is, under the rent review ordinance, what do they consider renters in there? Because I pushed to try to get mobile homes under the rent review board, but it failed. I didn't get the votes on that. But are there renters for just apartments and houses, or what do we consider renters under the rent review ordinance?
I believe under the tenant relocation assistance ordinance, it is it applies to multifamily buildings, and mobile homes are excluded, and any parcel that contains 2 or more tenant occupied housing unit for them to be eligible.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, and just to do a little bit of clarification, because this topic keeps coming up, so there might be some misunderstanding. So city attorney, who selects a chairman of the rent review board?
The board itself.
Okay, so not the mayor.
Right.
Okay. The Rent Review Board ordinance prescribes that there's an equal number of tenants and housing providers, correct?
I'm confirming that. One moment.
So I'll come back to you on that just very quickly on the housing numbers. So if the average rent increase is about 1.7% per year, approximately, would that be under the threshold for having people come and complain about their rents?
Yes, the threshold for San Leandro's Rent Review Board is 7% in a 12-year or 12-month period.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, the rent review board under section 1.13.1400 in the San Leandro Municipal Code consists of 5 members. 2 of the members of the board shall be tenants that rent residential property in San Leandro. 2 members shall be landlords that own rental property in San Leandro, and 1 member shall be a San Leandro resident that is neither a tenant nor landlord.
Okay. So at this point in time, do I have a motion on item 5H? And remember, this is simply to accept the report that has been written by staff. Councilmember Aguilar.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilmember Aguilar. Councilmember Blue, with a second by Councilmember Blue. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes unanimous, 7-0.
Yeah, okay, for item number 6, do we have any reports today under item 6? Okay, seeing none, let's go to public comment. So we're taking public comment. This is a time when anybody who has joined us here today or online may address the council on matters that are not listed on our agenda. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about agenda items later. So not on the agenda, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of this council. How many public commenters do we have today, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I have 5 public comments in person and 0, I have 1 online.
Okay, let us proceed with our standard process. We'll start in person for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Maria Chavez.
And so for the benefit of the public, when translation is permitted, we double the time so that the person can speak and then the interpreter can translate.
Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María del Rayo Chávez. Vengo representando a todos mis vecinos de Trailer Haven y queremos que nos ayuden, por favor, que se revoque, que cancelen el contrato que tenemos de tanto incremento de renta porque no podemos pagar tanto y menos en las condiciones que vivimos ahí.
Hi, this is Rayo Chavez, and I'm here to represent all Trailer Haven Park. They're increasing the rent at a higher rate, and we're here to revoke, asking you guys to revoke the lease agreement that a lot of the tenants have signed.
Creo no es la primera vez que hemos venido aquí a pedirles que nos ayuden, por favor, porque nos sentimos hasta discriminados por las condiciones en que vivimos y pagando tanta renta.
This is not the first time we've came here. We feel discriminated, and we're paying a lot of money, and it's not okay.
Gracias por escucharnos y espero y nos puedan ayudar.
Thank you for listening, and hopefully you guys can help us. That's it for her.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Tao.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Stephen Michael Tao, and I'm here on behalf of the Big Tent. We are a group of over 100 community leaders, volunteers, and everyday folks, as well as a dozen local allied organizations collectively representing thousands of residents committed to building a better San Leandro for everyone. As chair, I would like to personally invite Mayor Juan Gonzalez to join us at our next general meeting on Saturday, December 14th at 9:30 a.m. at the Mission Bay Residents Association Clubhouse on 15333 Wicks Boulevard. It has now been over 20 months since the city promised to pass rent stabilization and tenant protections for the over 40,000 renters in our city, yet you have been strongly opposed to this initiative. We believe it would be beneficial if you came to one of our meetings to listen to the challenges facing tenants in San Leandro and the ways the city can help alleviate them. We also want to hear why you have not supported this initiative and what is your plan to address the housing crisis in our city. If you accept our invitation, please contact us so that we can plan accordingly. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anthony Tejada?
Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I'll just start with the proclamation that we went through earlier at the start of this. I would argue to say that everyone here is in acceptance, and coexistence is certainly something that all of us are practicing on a daily basis. I don't know that this would have been the right platform to essentially admonish those that weren't able to or willing to stand up for a photo opportunity in support of that proclamation. Just wanted to state that there's a variety of reasons why individuals have their own, their own belief, religious traditions or what have you. And it's not to say that it's right, wrong, or indifferent. Again, not to admonish anyone for their own position that they took. I think we're all in a state of coexistence and we should be able to coexist freely. My topic that I wanted to touch on is a little bit of the musical chairs that seems to be happening at the city manager position. If my count is correct, I think in the past 4 years, we've had 3 different city managers. And it seems to be a revolving door where one city manager leaves to take the next shining star opportunity that presents itself as at the next city down the road. And I really think the city should look from within before making a direct appointment of someone's previous appointment to slot in and fill the head spot at a city manager. We should continue to actively place a solicitation, bring the best and brightest to the table, and ultimately vet those candidates before it's just a rubber stamp from a prior position to a new appointed position. I mean, we owe that much to the city to vet candidates before rubber stamping them into a position. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Nolden?
Good evening, Mayor Gonzalez and council members. I'm going to ask the people from Mission Bay if they can stand while I'm speaking. Those that are in attendance. Trailer Haven as well, yes. Yes. My name is Cheryl Nolden, and I'm currently a homeowner resident in Mission Bay Mobile Home Park. I'm here to speak on behalf of homeowners residents in the park. We continue to wait for movement on the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. As a community where the majority of residents are on fixed incomes, it is expected that the council will act in the next month and a half to review the rent stabilization order and present the amended request to the council in January 2025, as stated in the city's 2031 housing element update. We reject the idea that it should take another year, 2025 to 2026, for the council to approve the rent stabilization order. We are demanding that the council approve the ordinance before June 2025. The Mission Bay community expects these key concerns to be added to the current rent stabilization ordinance. Limit annual rent increases, limit annual rent increase cap to lesser of 60% CPI or 3%. The second is regulate increase of home sales as it negatively impacts our home's equity. The third is eliminate pass-throughs. We are renting the property, so any park upgrades, repairs should be done at the cost of the owners. And lastly, implement an effective registry and enforcement system to ensure compliance of the ordinance.
Thank you. Your time is
you.
up. Douglas Spalding?
Thank you, Mayor, for the correction. Of course, the members of a board or commission would elect their chair. That's true of any board or commission, I believe, like the Budget Task Force, for example, but never estimate the power of a well-organized group to get who they want, secure the chair that they want. Continuing on the theme of rent stabilization, I'd just like to voice 10 principles of rent stabilization, if I can get through them. We need rent stabilization to cap the annual increases and keep housing affordable and allow people to continue living in our city. We need just cause requirements for evictions to protect both tenants and property owners. We need a rent registry. It's so easy to track rental housing in the city and help enforce the ordinance and evaluate the market. It doesn't cost money. We don't need to farm it out anything. We need a rent review board that is representative and has the authority to resolve disputes or violations. We need to ensure that the ordinance serves all residents with a diversity, equity, inclusion provision for broad-based applicability. We need an anti-harassment clause to protect renters when exercising their rights. We need a private right of action so that individuals can hold violators and the city accountable. We need an affirmative defense against unlawful evictions. We need better noticing requirements so everyone is informed about housing protections throughout the entire city of San Leandro. And finally, this thing needs to be supported material. We need sufficient funding and staffing to support the rent stabilization ordinance that is going to come into being, whether we have to take you kicking and screaming or not. And we're just going to keep reading this like we're playing a gong until it comes into being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there's no more public comment in person. So we will go online.
Please do.
Erasima, you may unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council members and San Leandro neighbors. My name is Iracema Guerrero, and I am a former public school educator and a current associate social worker. I care deeply about our sacred interconnection and the responsibility that we have to each other as relatives bound together on this earth. It is atrocious that our country and our beloved city is sending money and weapons for genocide in Palestine. I beg you to please urge our state representatives to block the $20 billion in weapons to Israel. Please consider the violence against the innocent children and community members and the horrible repercussions that these atrocious acts will have. I ask you to act in good conscience, to promote peace and suffering, and to send aid to Palestine. In San Leandro, $1,127,188 of our tax money have gone to fund Israel's weapons. Instead, our city could use this money to fund the following: 133 households for public housing every year, to send money to 392 children to receive free or low-cost health care. We could use this money to fund 12 elementary school teachers, or use this money to fund 3,209 households with solar electricity, and 29 students can have their loan debt canceled. Please, I urge you to support the halting of all weapons and military funding to Israel now. Urgent action is needed to protect Palestinian, Lebanese, and other communities in the region, including our U.S. citizens whose lives are at stake. I thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have one more public comment in person. Leo West.
I'm sorry, just really quickly. So, Mr. West, could you wait? I'd like to finish off online public comment, because Lucas was in the queue first. Or is this a new card, or was it that you just missed it?
No, it's filled out for multiple, so it gets lost in the shuffle.
No worries. So then Lucas will ask you to wait, since the card was here already.
As a Proposition 36, a mandate to impose harsher penalties on criminals while the San Leandro City Council is trying to build a monument to a criminal. I'm proud to have participated in gathering signatures, distributing leaflets, and putting up posters for the recall Alameda County District Attorney Pamela Price, an advocate for criminals. She is out, as well as the criminal regime installed in Washington in 2020. This city council better heed the voters' message. On November 5th, voters spoke. That's the community, Council Member Simon, not the couple of people bring to the city council meetings to support your agenda. Drop the project for a monument to Stephen Taylor and rescind the sanctuary city for criminals declaration now.
Thank you. And we will go back online to Lucas. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my comment, Mayor and City Council. I want to start by acknowledging that, as the previous speaker said, we did have an election recently, and the people have spoken, and we accept the decision of the American people. And there is an old Chinese proverb / blessing / curse that says, "May you live in interesting times." And I anticipate that the next few years will be very interesting times for our country and our city. But I call in to comment on an item that was on the consent calendar, but those things tend to move quickly. So I just wanted to maybe add one note, which is I'm very happy that the council is moving forward with the resolution on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. I've called many times about the need for connecting the bike network that exists around the city. I'm shocked that Oakland has a more connected network with more intersections and well-labeled streets than we do. What I worry about is that this commission will just be like many of the other commissions, half attended, half ineffectual, half making weak recommendations that never get implemented. How long have we been waiting for the Greenway? How long have we been waiting for the corridor? How long have we been putting up with streets where you just have a carrot sign and a bicycle lane in the middle of the road, and we expect 5-year-olds to ride and share the road with trucks and giant SUVs? We need separate protected bike lanes throughout the whole city. Take the money that we spent, $300,000 drawing some pictures for a park, give a can of paint to the residents. We will paint the streets. We will paint the green roads for our bike lanes. Empower us to do it. Let's move quickly. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there's no more public comment.
Okay, so close public comment. On that very last item, just a quick reminder that ACTC did provide us for the East Bay Greenway $36 million, if I remember correctly. And about 1/3 of that will be here in San Leandro. Moving to our next item, which is item number 8, if I remember correctly, on our agenda. So for item number 8, we've got, we're looking to adopt a resolution to approve a planned development administration site plan review, and tentative track map as outlined in our published agenda. We've got Planning Manager Waylon Lee, who will be presenting this item.
Mr. Mayor, Wayland will not be presenting. It will be Lourdes.
Lourdes, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I apologize, but my presentation requires a password.
Good evening, council, mayor, city manager, legal counsel. My name is Lourdes Juarez, associate planner in the Community Development Department. The project before you is a proposal for a townhome development to build 9 new for-sale townhomes at 13489 East 14th Street. This is a vacant lot at the corner of East 14th Street and 135th Avenue in the SA2 zoning district. The project constitutes a zoning map amendment, a plan development, an administrative site plan review, and a tentative tract map. The dwelling units would be 2 and 3 bedroom units built inside 2 3-story buildings with major frontage along East 14th Street. The tentative tract map would allow for 9 fee simple lots and 1 common lot. The development includes landscaping, entrance gardens, balconies, a tenant activity area, and specifically along East 14th Street, there would be a widened sidewalk. Vehicle parking would be provided inside of garages and carports, and inside of which EV chargers would be installed for each unit. Bicycle parking would also be installed for not just the residents, but also for the guests. The project includes building 1 dwelling unit on site to be sold at the moderate income level, thereby meeting the city's inclusionary housing requirements. The project also qualifies for concessions and waivers allowed under the state's density bonus law. All in all, the project is consistent with the general plan, the Southeast 14th Street area plan, and the housing element. No additional environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15183, because the project is consistent with the density established previously and analyzed previously in the general plan EIR. There are also no project-specific significant effects. On October 3rd, 2024, the Planning Commission held a hearing for this item and voted unanimously to support the project. Therefore, staff and Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution to approve PLN 22-0006 for a plan development, administrative site plan review, and tentative tract map 8703 for the construction of a 9-unit townhome development at 13489 East 14th Street, based on the recommended findings of fact and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. And that the City Council introduce an ordinance to rezone the property from SA2 to SA2 PD. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, are there any clarifying questions from council members? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go on to opening the public hearing. So it is 7:54 and the public hearing is open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I have no public comment on this item.
Okay, so it is 7:55 and the public hearing is closed. Okay, council, is there any further discussion? Not, I'll entertain a motion to accept the recommendations. Councilmember Blue.
Mayor, I'll make the recommendation we adopt a resolution to approve PLN 22-0006 and also that we introduce an ordinance to rezone the property. Do we need to do the ordinance tonight?
So I'm going to go to Lourdes. Do you know the answer to that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Lourdes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also include in that motion, introducing an ordinance to rezone the property from SA-2 to SA-2 PD for planned development.
Perfect. Councilmember Aguilar.
I'll second that.
So I've got a motion from Councilmember Blue with a second from Councilmember Aguilar to adopt staff recommendations. Seeing no further discussion, let's vote.
Vice Mayor, your vote, please. All votes are in. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous.
Okay, so at this point in time, we'll move to our next agenda item, which is presentations, and today we have none. So proceed to our next action item. Actions 10A and 10B relate to a proposed censure and associated potential consequences associated with those censures. So just to help people understand a little bit about what will be happening here, we'll be spending some time having the city attorney present the case. We will have the specific council member against the whom the case has been raised. That council member will have 10 minutes to respond. The question on the table is whether essentially first we should accept all the findings that's in our published report. And then number two, to consider what the consequence of accepting those findings are if we choose to accept them. So that's a process. And then after we have both parties, we'll offer the public an opportunity to speak, to share their thoughts. Is there anything else that you would like to bring up, City Attorney?
No,
We're going to have counsel introduce herself at this point in time.
my name is Valerie Armento. I am a retired city attorney and I am acting as conflicts counsel for, in this matter to advise you since your city attorney is involved more directly in the event.
Thank you for that. Are there questions just from a process perspective? Because I want to have those questions first, and then we'll go to our city attorney to begin what he has to say. Okay, so I'm going to start with Councilmember Viveros Walton.
Can you just clarify at what point the public can provide their comment?
Yes, so it will be after the presentation by our city attorney and after so after both the claimant and the respondent have had their opportunity to speak for up to 10 minutes, then we will hear from the public.
So just to clarify, if a person here is speaking on both items, they'll have 2 chances to speak after each individual.
Correct, because we will take item 10A, then we will take item 10B. And one last thing, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And then I think I'm going to, there's just so that it's obvious, it should be obvious perhaps, but let's just be really clear. So a council member that's facing potential censure will not be able to vote on that item. They will be recused from that item, and the rest of the council colleagues will reach a decision on that. What I'm going to do at this point in time is I'm going to go to Rich Pierota, who will be presenting.
Clarifying question.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, my apologies.
Clarifying question. Since Councilman Aguilar has 1 allegation and I have 2, can I have an additional time, say 15 minutes for mine, since I have more information to cover?
We will consider that when we get to your action item. Councilmember Aguilar.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. And with regards to item 10B, I will be able to participate and vote, and vice versa with Councilmember Simon on item 10A.
Correct. So during 10B, you will definitely be able to vote.
And so for item 10A for myself, I am excluded from
the voting process. You've got a conflict of interest.
Additional clarifying.
Yes, Vice Mayor, please.
Build on Councilmember Aguilar's question. Since I'll be participating in the vote on Councilmember Aguilar, but I have not been part of any other process, any closed session, any input on any of this where the other council members have. Is there any information that I will be provided to bring me up to speed since I'm being brought in for the first time on this matter?
This report is what we have considered. Based on the review of this report, and only based on the review of this report, a decision was made to make a filing with the city clerk. Was nothing else.
Was there a draft report that council reviewed? I understand through the city manager, there was a draft report or there's some type of draft review.
So there was a privileged copy of a draft. Based on the review of that draft, one additional person was interviewed, but we will get to that. And that was, well, we'll just leave it at that. Councilmember Aguilar.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. And to add to what Councilmember Simon had mentioned, I was not provided a draft of any of the report unredacted with my information, but redacted with my information or unredacted with his information to look at. The report that I got was redacted information or given to my counsel. That was,
So we're all working off of the same report.
but you did not read the same report. And the report that you got, is this the same report that you got that you reviewed initially?
So the draft, I want to be absolutely clear, the draft was not redacted. And then before going public and waiving privilege, we redacted names of the two complainants that are in here. That's what's been redacted.
So there should have been information provided to me that was privileged, redacted with my information, but I'm redacted with information pertaining to Councilmember Simon, and that was not provided.
The information that has been provided is with respect to the allegations. You were present for the events in question. You have personal knowledge of the information that's in the reports. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, question for the attorney. If Councilmember Aguilar and I were not given the same information as our other council members, are we at a disadvantage to this process?
Okay, let's be really clear. Let's be really clear. There will not be speaking from the audience. It is really simple. There will not be speaking from the audience. At this point in time, I'll come to council.
So I am not aware of what any of the individuals have been provided or not been provided. But clearly, it's my understanding that the complaints information has been readily made available, and the report, the redacted report that the mayor has held up is the same report that I have read and that presumably everyone else has read if they so choose. And given your direct involvement, it should be sufficient for you to move forward with the matter that's before the council.
And at this point in time, we're going to move forward with item 10A. If you feel that you've been disadvantaged in some way, you may present the evidence that suggests your disadvantage. That's you have that time to present the argument. So we're going to begin with item 10A.
One last question, please.
At this point in time, we can handle those questions. I can give you extra time during your particular time. So we'll come back to you. So we're going to begin with item 10A.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Richard P. Arota, City Attorney on behalf of Council. Before the City Council tonight is a resolution for its consideration concerning the censure of Councilmember Aguilar for a violation of San Leandro Charter Section 345. In accordance with San Leandro Administrative Code, Title 1, Chapter 13, City Council, Internal Discipline Policy, Mayor Gonzalez, Councilmember Baloo, Councilmember Bowen, and Councilmember Veras Walton submitted to the city a timely request to censure Councilmember Aguilar, which contained the specific charge on which the proposed resolution of censure is based. What is the San Leandro Charter? It is a legal document. It is the city's constitution. It defines the city's government structure, powers, and responsibilities. San Leandro is a charter city. As a charter city, San Leandro has supreme authority over municipal affairs, which means San Leandro's law and ordinances concerning a municipal affair will trump a state law governing the same topic. As you can see on the screen, what does the interference clause say? Quickly, neither the mayor nor any council member shall interfere with the execution of the powers and duties of the city manager or order directly or indirectly the city manager or any department head to appoint or remove any person to or from any office or employment with the city. Except for the purpose of inquiry, the mayor and council member shall deal with the administrative service under the city manager solely through the city manager, and neither the mayor nor any council member shall give orders to any subordinate of the city manager, either publicly or privately. Violations are considered serious under the law, violations of the charter. San Leandro Charter, Section 710, violations, provides that a violation of any provision of the charter shall constitute a misdemeanor punishable by imprisonment in the county jail, not exceeding 6 months, or by fine not exceeding $500, or by both. How does this get enacted? The district attorney's office enforces misdemeanors. It is possible that the city council could empower the city attorney's office to also enforce a misdemeanor violation. Violations of the charter could also result in civil liability exposure to the city. How does this happen? The most recent example comes from neighboring city of Alameda, where an independent investigator found that a council member had interfered with Alameda's city manager's powers and duties, specifically in the hiring of a fire chief. The claims from that finding arguably led to a significant separation agreement between the city and the city manager, including $125,000 in the city manager's attorney's fees paid by the city. The settlement of that was around a little bit over $900,000, the separation agreements. Violations of the charter's interference clause could also be operationally detrimental to the interests of the city. For example, it could affect recruitment efforts, not only of a city manager in the future, but also staff, because of confusion that may be caused by interference of council members. The council employs two people, the city manager and the city attorney. The city manager in San Leandro employs everyone else within the city. They all work for the city manager. The allegation of violation of Section 345 of the Charter, interference in administrative services, came from former city manager Fran Robustelli. The city manager the city and the city council takes all administrative personnel complaints seriously. Without exception, that is the rule of law in the city, that all complaints are taken seriously. Upon receipt of a complaint, and these are administrative personnel complaints, upon receipt of an personnel complaint that was dated May 8th, 2024, the city retained an independent investigator, Carl Boderud, to investigate the complaint. Mr. Boderud is an attorney, and his report was attorney-client privileged. The city provided the investigator, Ms. Robustelli's, city manager Robustelli's complaint, to which Mr. Boderud commenced with interviewing the complainant, Ms. Robustelli first, which is the usual course of practice. Based on that initial intake interview, Mr. Boderud independently concluded that Councilmember Aguilar became a subject of Ms. Robustelli's complaint, and thus that expanded the scope of the complaint to Councilmember Aguilar. In accordance with Title I, Chapter 13 of the San Leandro Administrative Code, the correspondence associated with the resolution of censure, including the investigation report and its appendix, served as the written notice and factual basis for the censure, and was served upon Councilmember Aguilar's legal counsel, at least 10 days in advance of tonight's hearing. According to the investigator, Robustelli asserted that before finalizing her decision on a staff employment matter, during a meeting to inform Councilmember Aguilar and others of her decision, the investigator found that Councilmember Aguilar's statements intended to coerce Robustelli into making a different decision, and that this was an inappropriate attempt to influence Robustelli's decision to employ a subordinate staff member. To summarize, the investigator found that Councilmember Aguilar breached his obligation to not interfere with Robustelli's execution of her duties as the city manager. If the city council adopts the resolution of censure this evening, then it is adopting the finding, in this particular instance, of the independent investigator. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, so at this point in time, we will turn to Councilmember Aguilar, who will receive 10 minutes, and then we'll move on to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. So I just wanted to address the concerns regarding the recent allegations of interference and to express my sincere regret over any misunderstandings. As a council member, my primary goal has always been to lead with integrity and to inspire confidence in our leadership, fostering collaboration to achieve common goals. Public safety remains one of my top priorities. As council members, we have worked together to ensure our police department operates effectively and engages in important police reform that better serves our community. Part of this process included reimagining policing to meet the evolving needs of our community. We knew that leadership within the department had to adapt to changing policies, and that meant to not only establishing a clear vision, but also empowering fellow council members and city staff to contribute their expertise. I have always believed that a collaborative leadership style fosters innovation and ensures all voices are heard and valued. When Chief Tudor retired, a community-based committee was formed to participate in the hiring of a new police chief. This process led to the recommendation of Chief Abdul Pridgen, our first African-American police chief. This process led to the recommendation of Chief Abdul Pridgen. The transition was initially smooth, and Chief Pridgen worked closely with City Manager Fran Robustelli to implement needed reform within the department. However, as Chief Pridgen worked to lead the department through changes, he encountered resistance, and the reforms were not as successful as anticipated. At this point, City Manager Robustelli stepped in to assist the chief. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, the situation did not improve, and complaints against the chief began to surface. When Chief Pridgen was placed on a paid administrative leave and an investigation was launched, members of the community voiced strong support for his retention. The feedback from the community was clear and unequivocal. While I personally disagreed with the city manager's decision to part ways with Chief Pridgen, I respected her authority and continued to support her leadership. I also made sure to express the concerns of the community, as I always do, with transparency and honesty. Through this process, I maintained open lines of communication with the city manager, believing that our relationship was built on trust and mutual respect. I also kept open lines of communication regarding my role and relationship with the city manager, and I followed the advice of our city attorney. As an elected official, my role is to represent my constituents and ensure that their voices are heard. As council members, we are the vital link between the public and the municipal government, and advocating for the needs and concerns of the residents we serve. I remain deeply committed to staying attuned to the issues that matter most to our community, and I continue to make myself accessible to the people I represent. I never even considered that expressing the community's desire to keep Chief Pridgen in his role could be viewed as interference, nor that it could possibly warrant censure. I have never sought to undermine the city manager's authority or impede her ability to carry out her duties. Instead, I acted in the interest of transparency and open communication, and in line with my responsibility to represent the will of the people. To quote Sean King, conservatives will fight hard to preserve the institutions of mass incarceration and police brutality. Because they do not see themselves as victims of these things, but as benefactors, they will fight hard to preserve the status quo against a reform candidate. I accept whatever decision you make tonight, but I ask you to first discuss with the city attorney in closed session. It is important that you understand his advice to me. I followed his advice and I relied on it. I have no interest in prolonging this. I have no interest in cross-examining anyone. I hope that we continue to work together to strengthen the city council manager relationship with a shared commitment to the growth and progress of our community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, so thank you to both for your statements. At this point in time, we are going to move to public comment on this item. After public comment on the item, we'll come back to council members where you can ask questions, dig in, have discussion, and the like. So let us move to public comment on this item.
Mr. Mayor, we have about 12 public comments in person. And then I'm trying to go online right now. And we have 5 online. So I'm going to call a couple people first so you can stand in a queue. Rob Rich, Sarah Oakdy, then Deborah Acosta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Rob Rich. I have one thank you and two big asks tonight. First, to city council members facing censure, I thank you for demonstrating accountability, the key component of leadership, by accepting the conclusions of the report, even though you may not have come to the same conclusions, and even though you believed in good faith that you were properly representing your constituents. Understand that others don't see it that way. The report certainly doesn't. Second, to the rest of the council, please demonstrate grace by acknowledging that these important issues are rife with gray areas, that former council members and/or mayors have probably crossed similar lines, that this is not a matter of moral turpitude or self-dealing, that the highest purpose of censure is to reform behavior, and that accountability internalizes the lesson, achieving the goal of punishment so that we can move forward together on the work of the city. And finally, to everyone here, especially the men, please help fight gender bias, which often thrives in the gray areas. Although we have a supermajority of men on the council, we also fortunately have two superb female members and a police chief, and yes, another well-qualified female city manager. Yet I'm pretty sure every single one of these women have experienced gender-based discrimination, and they're not alone. Let's support our female leaders by thoughtfully reflecting on the possibility of unintentional gender bias in our actions, especially when we disagree.
Thank you. Sarah Oakdy, Deborah Acosta, Deborah Lopez.
So I will ask the audience to refrain from clapping for either side, please.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Oakdy. I'm an attorney here in the Bay Area. I'd like to thank you for giving me time to address you tonight on behalf of Council Member Victor Aguilar. I met Mr. Aguilar about 10 years ago. We were both in the legal field, and I got a calling to go to law school and become a lawyer, and he got a calling for public service. Ever since I met Mr. Aguilar, he's always been such a brave voice for those who are underrepresented in our community. At one time, I felt as though I was one of those underrepresented people. And when Mr. Aguilar represented me in city council here in San Leandro, he always did so with grace and kindness, and he listened to my issues. And I always felt as though I was heard. And so, tonight I ask for grace on behalf of Mr. Aguilar, mainly because I truly believe when he says that he was trying to make sure his constituents was heard. I truly, honestly believe that those were his motives. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Deborah Acosta, Deborah Lopez, Jenny Chang.
Good evening, Mayor Gonzalez and council members. My name is Deborah Acosta. I'm a resident and business owner here in San Leandro. I'm addressing both 10A and 10B at the same time. Questionable or illegal behavior by a council member.
My apologies. I'm going to ask you to stop because I just want to make sure that we can do both items. So I'm going to come to legal counsel. So her statements are applicable to both.
Yeah.
So does that mean that she's waiving her chance for a second comeback at this? I'm just trying to understand because typically we only allow people to speak on the item. So give me a second to work this through.
So I understood you to be saying that the comments you're about to make pertain to both items equally, and while you could come back a second time, you're basically saying you just
don't need to.
speak once.
Once is fine.
And I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Thank you. Can
Okay.
we set the timer to 2 minutes, please?
Thank you.
Yes, I do have a question though, because a lot of these speaker cards say 10A and 10B. So do we want the speakers to clarify if they want it?
Yes, so if you are planning to speak a second time, focus your remarks on the particular individual and the concerns, the allegations that have been raised. They're founded in they're addressed by the report. If you just want to have some general comments that could apply to both, that's fine too, as we have ascertained here. So just please clarify when you come up. Thank you.
Both. So, starting again. Questionable or illegal behavior by a council member damages our city's economic value, its equity and reputation, and most importantly, its ability to attract and retain qualified staff. Let me take you back to October 2016. Hundreds of us gathered at the San Leandro Tech campus to welcome something extraordinary, a 55-foot tall sculpture of a woman made of 13,000 pounds of stainless steel mesh and lit by 3,000 LED lights. Her message was powerful. Imagine a world where women feel safe. Truth is Beauty symbolized the San Leandro collision of art, community values, technology, and economy, because in San Leandro, we make things. In 2016, San Leandro was experiencing an economic renaissance. Lit San Leandro had launched, connecting our city to high-speed internet. Our schools and Boys and Girls Club gained broadband access. Bridge Housing finished phase 1 of Maria Alta. OSI Soft moved into its new headquarters. Gate 510 was growing as a biotech and innovation hub. But now somehow, we've lost our way. I've seen civic interactions from multiple angles as council member staff, as city staff, and as community activist. What I know is this: leadership matters. Failure to lead matters even more. This censure issue isn't just about governance. It's about the economic health and future of San Leandro, because while you fiddle, economic opportunities can and will pass us by. When council members engage in misconduct or blur their roles, it sends the wrong message. It discourages partnerships and investments in our city, and it undermines trust in our ability to govern ourselves. We need our council members to lead.
Thank you. Your time is up.
We'll let you come back.
Deborah Lopez, Jenny Chang, Mitch Heidema.
Mine kind of addresses both as well. Okay, I want to know what we're doing here. I mean, what's going on with this regarding the censuring of our councilman Aguilar and Simon? This is very concerning now that this is coming up, especially since at one of the council meetings, there was a discussion on rules and how to discipline, and council members, these two had questions and wanted to wait to have it a little more clear. I hope everyone read the letters to the editor in San Leandro Times regarding this. I agree with the Dr. Chris and Stephanie Smith that these allegations came after a special meeting to review city manager's performance. Vice Mayor Simon and Councilman Victor Aguilar both demonstrate a caring and passion to advocate for all San Leandrons, despite what's currently happening, the few that enjoy, that like to stir the pot with gossip and innuendos that don't happen. They've held themselves to the highest standards and always in representing San Leandro. The emails sent to the previous city manager were valid requests from residents and questions they had. She considered this overwhelming and harassment. Really? With the money that she made, she considered that was a bother. You should see what I used to go through with Visa and MasterCard and dealing with probate and fraud and what my managers gave me daily. I stopped and did what they asked, and then I continued my own work that was required. Didn't matter how many they gave me. I want to say that Councilman Aguilar and Simon are exemplary representatives of San Leandro residents. And how can we consciously push this forward? Something else is going on, and everyone needs to stop and take a look and listen, because this is a dangerous road that we're coming in on. And the gossips and all the other things that aren't regularly dealt with need to be dealt with. We saw that what happened with September 7th. People stood up, made comments, and look at what the film showed. Different.
Hey, Deborah, I just would like to clarify. Do you want to come back and speak during 10B as well? Okay, thank you. Jenny Chang?
It's gonna
Once?
be, yeah.
Perfect,
So just,
thank
I
you.
want to get that clear. So good evening, city council members, mayor. First of all, I want to say this censorship is a joke, JOKE, with the explanation point. Okay, I read from the San Leandro Times that it cost between $20,000 and $30,000 just to hire the attorney to go through all this stuff for you guys. That alone, a lot of people cannot even survive or buy food, and we're wasting like our taxpayers' money just for this kind of nonsense. Another thing is, this kind of stuff kind of creates, at least for me, distrust on people. And we just went through an election with all this, like going back to what Deborah said, all this stuff that's going on. You guys think we don't know? We know. We just sometimes cannot say things because we feel like we're gonna get censored like these two people. But this is like very, very disappointing. Okay, how can I trust all of you guys and the incoming ones when there is already just a whole bunch of political stuff that's going on? And now we're doing this. $30,000? Come on. I mean, I'm struggling to find a job. And if I do find one, I don't want my taxpayers' dollars to go through with this kind of crap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mitch Heidemann? Benny Lee? And then Selena Reyes. Mitch, you have A and B. Would you like to speak twice or once? Okay, thank you.
So it truly pains me to stand here tonight. Having read the reports, I believe that I would probably vote to adopt the resolution to censure. These two council members are ostensibly two of the more progressive people to hold this position, and they have, as expected, made progressive votes that I had hoped for. And I acknowledge that, and I appreciate that. However, I've also been surprised over and over the years by the disappointing choices and behaviors that I feel like I've seen demonstrated over time. I've felt uncomfortable over the years watching one example after another pile up, which appeared from the outside to potentially be rooted in a discomfort with women who were in a position of power. First was not backing Selena Reyes when she ran, even though she was part of the same progressive groups as them and had had a lot of knowledge and experience and actually had done things with respect to justice for Stephen Taylor and the CPRB. I watched Victor say and do little things in meetings to undermine Councilmember Reyes or to try to take credit for things that she had actually done. His behavior toward Councilmember Bowen at the priority setting workshop earlier this year left me gobsmacked. While I was surprised that he didn't do his own homework and submit priorities to be discussed, I was shocked by the attempt to make Councilmember Bowen out to have done something wrong because she brought substantive ideas for the council to consider and to do so with such a negative tone while saying things like, her name is all over the screen. There have been more over time, and I've watched it surprised over and over how it has felt to me like Councilmember Aguilar responded poorly to women who are in power and women who are in the spotlight. Regardless of the vote tonight, I hope that this serves as an opportunity for Councilmember Aguilar to reflect and do better.
Thank you. Benny Lee, Selena Reyes, and Mark Janowitz. Benny, would you like to speak on each item or sum it up?
Just sum it up with just this one.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Council, I'm Benny Lee, a resident and former council member for San Leandro. I urge the council to vote against these resolutions. They are a waste of public time and they're not getting the job of the city business and economics done. I read through the redacted documents and saw our council members focused on the business of the city with a city manager who should have allowed staff to get the work done and not be the conduit which she requested. Mayor Gonzalez, you were copied on all of these messages, but you didn't say anything. And now we have this issue. The city manager never responded with complaints, so I find it highly suspicious for her to posthumously complain and the council to retroactively impose resolutions after her resignation because of a poor review. The contract with the city manager states that she works at the pleasure of the council, which is the agreement of virtually all city administrators across the nation. If you as a council wish to change that, then do so going forward. But that will leave you at a disadvantage to other cities. Under her watch, I saw our capital improvement program list with hundreds of important programs removed without reason. Let that sink in, as she's cut out important projects without council and public visibility. She was the first to do so, and this was highly disappointing. Under her watch, our Marina Shoreline project failed, even though this has been on the books for nearly 20 years, with a developer who invested $20 million of his own money, ruining him financially. While I can go on and on, I'll make the point that we need staff leadership who will move the city forward, which she did not. The timing of these resolutions are troubling, as it has the optics of political malfeasance towards those who are doing the work of their constituents. I generally stay in my lane and not get involved in much public commenting, but troubling nature of this resolution required me to do so. Again, I urge this council to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Selena Reyes, Mark Janowitz, Sterling Grant. Selena, would you like to speak on both items right now?
Yes, but before my time starts, I feel like my comment might run a little bit over, and so I can separate it out into two comments, or is there a possibility for me to speak all of it? Next one, should I break it up?
It would be nice for you to come back. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll break it up. All right. My name is Selena, and I'm a recovering politician. I resigned from this council a year ago, and I'm going to address both censure items here. Knowing what I know about these men, I'm advocating that they first be formally censured and receive discipline, including precluding them from receiving the honorary vice mayor title and representing our city at regional, state, and national organizations. I experienced Fran as an incredibly competent, diligent, and thoughtful city manager. And when I worked with her on police oversight before I was elected, she was communicative, prompt, and compassionate. And when I placed rent control on the agenda, she bent over backwards, making sure that we had the resources to make informed and strategic decisions. We are behind on rent control right now, primarily because one, council did have to appoint my replacement, but we had to deal with the disaster of Fran being bullied and harassed out of this position. Of course, there are people on the council that also disagree with rent control ideologically too, but frankly, we would just not be in this position if Fran had stayed. In addition to the two substantiated claims in the investigation, which are by themselves incredibly serious, as Mr. Pierotta explained, I'll also say that the level of sexism on this council is unacceptable. And I personally believe that Fran was discriminated based on her gender by multiple people on this council, and that this claim ought to be considered. Both Aguilar and Simon have been apologists for men who commit sexual harassment. They endorse them in political campaigns. They attempt to hire them as city managers. They do this knowingly, even when it is brought to their attention. And as an example, I do want to direct the council to the email I sent you when you were considering the appointment to my seat, and when I shared my personal experience, which affected me greatly. Aguilar conducted a part whisper campaign, part letter writing campaign against Sua because she had the audacity to advocate for policy and advocate for professional development. With regard to Fran specifically, what I witnessed was persistent undermining, lying, pot stirring, scapegoating on such a wide range of issues that it's impossible for me to list them here, and some of which had absolutely no explanation other than animus. And I'm talking about all this to point out that there is general hostility towards women with authority and power on this council. And I want to emphasize that this sexism is not isolated to Aguilar and Simon, but if I had to give public...
We're gonna bring you back.
Mark Janowitz, Sterling Grant, and Douglas Spalding. Mark, would you like to speak on both items now?
Yes, I'm speaking on item 10A. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Sorry,
Mark
just to
Janowitz.
clarify for my notes, you're doing both or one?
Oh, one, 10A.
You.
Good evening. Gender bias is something that pervades our society and something that we all need to look at. And we would be foolish if we thought this only pertained to two members against whom accusations were made and unsubstantiated. Substantiated or not, we know it's real. We know all of these isms are real in our society and only exacerbated by the current climate, and that we all need to look at it. We all need to work on it. The comment that I want to make, it relates to ending or terminating or eliminating the voice of the representatives of the people. There's two people on the council that are subject to censure, but it's all the people of the city of San Leandro who will be less represented when these individuals' voices are cut out from committee assignments and from their financial benefits to do their job. That's an issue that I'm concerned with. about limiting the effectiveness of the people's voice. These are the individuals that the people have elected, and maybe next time around the elections will be different. But to limit them, limit the voice of the people by removing them from their committee assignments is something that affects the democratic process that I think that I'm requesting you to consider as you vote on this. The other tiny little issue that I want to comment on is what I think to be a constitutional due process violation, that the allegations of City Charter 345 of interference with the powers of the office of the city manager is too vague to be enforceable. So I ask you to consider that as you move forward, and consider not to limit the voice of the people who elected these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene Grant, Douglas Spalding, Kat Wellman. Darlene, would you like to speak on both items now or one at a time?
I'm going to choose to speak on A, and if I get through everything, then yay. If I don't, I'll use the time for B. Darlene Grant, tonight's comments are strictly my own as a resident of San Leandro. It seems to me that former city manager Fran Robustelli was trying to build a case for herself should she have been dismissed. She's gone now. She has been gone for several months, left on her own accord, so this all should be moot. Instead, we are spending taxpayers' resources investigating two council members who were doing their jobs. If the tone was too direct for some, too insulting for some, the emails too many, that is rectified by coaching and development of a process, as we had to do during my own terms on the city council. It's not worthy of an investigation. A representative sector of San Leandro residents were greatly disappointed in the performance of city manager Robustelli at the end of her tenure, and some were seeking her termination. As one who participated in the initial interviews and selection panel with about 25 other community members, including one or two of you, I recall that we wanted a city manager who would usher in an era of reform. She started out showing promise, as some have said, but after about 2 years, she fell into the same old, same old. Councilmember Simon and Aguilar were only reflecting the comments of their constituents, including groups I represented, which is their job as council members to represent us. And evidently, they remain supported by the constituents, as one just won re-election unchallenged and the other had done so in the previous election cycle. Further, the city manager works for the city council, so it's the city council who must hold the city manager accountable. Over the years, there have been public tantrums, fights, and disagreements among city council and elected officials in the city, and none public, and none have come to censure. Yet these closed session discussions have brought about censure proceedings. Seems contrived and reactive to me, but that's just me being personal.
Thank you. Douglas Spalding, would you like to speak on each item individually or both items now?
I reserve my right to speak on item 10B.
This is item 10A.
I am speaking on item 10A, and I reserve my right to speak on item 10B.
Okay.
I heard the mayor on the media this week stating that the censure recommendations or resolutions were necessary in order to, quote, restore faith in government. I believe government works best when we have opposing points of view, when there is dissent, when we value that dissent. So I'm sure my council members, Simon and Aguilar, won't be surprised that I don't see eye to eye with them on every issue. And despite the finding by the investigative report that there was no gender bias, they shouldn't be surprised when I criticize them for their sexism, which has been pointed out is a pernicious force among all men and rampant in our city halls of the halls of our city. I do respect them because they represent the people, because they represent the least represented in our city. It's a good thing that they question the plan to let go of former Chief Pridgeon, a talented and popular police chief. The report clearly says this was done right in the internal processes of our government. They didn't go to the media. They didn't say anything to me. Was right. None of us really knew what was going on. And it was a direct conversation with the city manager. That's a professional relationship. Indeed, it is their fiduciary responsibility to place a check on the city manager. I heard the city attorney say the council employs the city manager. So they have an ethical and legal obligation to act in the best interest of the city. I believe that's precisely what they were doing. whether you think they violated the city charter through some perverse interpretation of yours. I read the investigative report. Findings are weak. It's a he said, she said exercise where your name is Fred or Victor, you're deemed not reliable. Counsel, even if you accept the premises of wrongdoing, I have to ask you, does the punishment fit the alleged wrongdoing? We haven't heard what the possible punishments are.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mayor, I'm going to need 1 moment to use the podium computer. Pat Wellman, Mike Katzlakabe, and Tuan. Pat, would you like to speak on both items right now?
No, I'm going to speak on both items separately.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. I'm not here to speak about the merits of this case, but I am concerned about the city's procedures and the fairness of imposing the disciplinary measures that are being considered for 2 reasons. One, the main victims of this punishment are not your council members, but the residents of San Leandro and especially the residents in Victor's district. 2, it looks like you are applying this policy retroactively for behavior that occurred over a year before there were any disciplinary measures in place. First, my primary concern is that you are hampering our city council member from performing his job to the detriment of the residents of his district and also the city at large. In particular, with regard to Bayo Vista, we are concerned about the imposition of these sanctions on Victor because he is the only council member who unequivocally supported opening Lake Chabot Road and working to find the necessary funding to do so. That may mean travel to state and federal officials. With a 50% cut in travel and training, that will hinder his ability to do so. Second, it is unfair and against the principles of due process to impose disciplinary policy after the conduct in question occurs. From what I can tell, the city did not adopt the administrative policy setting forth the penalties for city council misconduct until a few weeks ago, knowing that there was an investigative report pending. So in summary, if you do choose to censure, which you can, please consider carefully the disciplinary measures that you are imposing. They should not punish the constituents, and in this case, they will be. And second, consider whether these strict disciplinary measures should be imposed retroactively on conduct that occurred more than a year before you adopted the penalties, knowing that the investigative report was imminent. You can still impose, but please don't take measures that hurt the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Katzlakabe, Tuan, Doug Walsh.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. History is always an interesting way to add some context on current events. And because I'm a nerd, I'm going to do a little history here. So City Attorney Pia Rhoda said the city manager and the city attorney are the only employees of the City Council. However, I'd like to remind the city attorney and members of the public that Section 435 of the San Leandro Charter states, quote, "The council shall appoint a city clerk who shall serve at the pleasure of the council and shall perform such duties consistent with this charter as may be required by the council." Now, that power is abdicated by a previous council, but I think it's important context to add here. And while I won't be nearly as eloquent as Rob Rich, I do want to add something that he touched upon. San Leandro had a mayor who was indicted for tax evasion. He was not censured by the city council. Instead, we honored him by naming an overpass and a room at the city library after him. We had a city council who was fined for multiple violations of California's Fair Political Practices Act. He was also not censured, but later awarded a no-bid contract. Neither of these individuals, as I mentioned, were censured. However, to be clear, the departure of Police Chief Pridgeon is a stain on the city of San Leandro. And while I do share the concerns that were expressed by some of the previous commenters, I do appreciate the city council members who vigorously opposed his departure. Thank you.
Thank you. Tuan, and then Doug Walsh, then Leo West.
I have rallied in multiple cities in Alameda County for public safety. We have businesses over 3,000 that went under in Oakland, but we also have murders in Hayward where we rallied, and we also showed up in front of the city of Fremont. Safety is an issue that's across the Bay, and what we, the residents, demand is our representatives speak up for us when they see an issue that is safety related, because safety is first. Without safety, we don't have businesses. Without safety, we don't have happy families. We have mothers who are crying over murdered children. And when Councilmember Aguilar steps up and say, you're removing a police chief, does this make sense? I think as a council member representing us, he should ask that question without worry that his voice is going to be silenced. Because when Police Chief LaRon Armstrong was dismissed, I was part of the rally that held up signs that said, bring back Armstrong. I have it here in my camera, black and white. Bring back our Police Chief Armstrong, because he was working with the community to provide an essential service, public safety. So why would you try to do something so drastic as to remove his ability to represent his constituency, doing his job? Why would you take away his ability to sit on commissions and remove his funding? That to me is extreme. And it actually it makes me wonder if this is more going on than that. That it's like political assassination or deeper than that, because clearly there are other council members that step beyond the boundaries, and there were no censure, no extreme measures taken. And Councilmember Aguilar, I've only met him a handful of times, but he is not discriminatory.
Thank you. Your time is up. Doug Walsh, Leo West, and then we will go to online public comment.
Members of the council, my name is Douglas Walsh. I've lived in this city since 1952. My acquaintances with the city government began with the Wesley McCure and was quite successful. I enjoyed it. A couple of comments. I have read the report 3 times. I've reviewed the methodology. I found it credible. I've reviewed the cost. I found it within scope. And I reviewed the results, and I find them persuasive. I would urge members of the council to vote yes on each item. Your time is appreciated.
Thank you. Leo West?
What's in consideration here is Council Members Aguilar's character. We must remember that Aguilar was a candidate of a coalition for rent control. Once elected, he's done squat for rent control. He hasn't even mentioned it. Instead, Aguilar pushed an agenda akin to his sexual precedent, flying the rainbow flag at city council, painting rainbow color on city streets, and pushing drag queens presentation to the children at the city library. Here you have a council member Aguilar main concern. By the way, the painting of the rainbow colors of the Black Lives Matter slogan came after the vandals destroyed the city. In conjunction with other members of the city council, then came the first gay chief of police, then the first black chief of police, and now this situation. This is the result of San Leandro kindness with criminals policy. Whatever the result of this investigation is, the fact is that they investigated parties have imposed their agenda. The white city manager was forced to resign. She's been replaced by a black city manager. The fire chief of police has been replaced by the first black woman chief of police. Anybody sees any coincidence here? Amos Aguilar is gonna get a slap on the wrist, if any punishment at all. Councilmember Aguilar must resign.
Thank you.
Okay. If you keep talking, You will be removed. We do not attack our speakers, period. You may disagree with the speaker, but we let everyone speak. If he had said something racist, I would have addressed it. Our next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, there's no more public comment in person, so we will go online. Jeff, you may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. First of all, I reserve my right to speak on the item B, but my comments reflect both items. I first want to reiterate everything that Councilmember Benny Lee said. And further, I think that this is a disgusting waste of taxpayers' money. I am not only speaking to the council, but mostly to the citizens of San Leandro. I am a citizen of San Leandro, and I think this is a disgusting, abhorrent waste of taxpayers' money. In my estimate in reviewing this report, there's been over $1 million spent in these items of taxpayers' money. It's disgusting to me that the city council would even entertain such an item to censor council members who have obviously been trying to do their job. As the city attorney mentioned, they are hired. The city attorney is hired by council. If I am an employee, I have every right to question my employees in carrying out their duties. Nothing. I understand the fact that they cannot interfere with the city manager's operations, but the fact that they questioned their choices is well within their rights. And to the citizens of San Leandro, this is a very obvious situation where you can see what your council is going to do with respect to carrying out what you have elected them to do. Are you going to allow them to censor your vote in hiring and electing these individuals to carry out your duties because they have some political agenda that they are trying to accomplish in censoring these individuals? I hope that the council makes the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Wong, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, before you do the time, it is very annoying in Zoom to be able to see section 345 up in Zoom. It seems I would prefer something neutral. But I would like to do 10. Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to do 10A and B at the same time, and I do reserve the right to talk to 10B. So here we go. Good evening, Mayor and council member, and of course, City
Ms.
Clerk.
Wong,
Yes.
just to be clear, if it's general comment that applies to both, that's fine.
It is.
But you cannot at this time address 10B exclusively.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give you a full 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Again, good evening, Mayor, council member, and City Clerk. So I'm Melissa Wong, resident of District 4, speaking as an individual, but I'm a board member of the Washington Homeowners Association and Washington Manor Resilient Hub. Like you, I take workplace complaints seriously and seek to see both sides. I read the postings in the San Leandro website and want to share my thoughts. I reviewed the investigation report twice, 10 days apart, hoping that I could make better sense of it. I am not used to reading this type of report consisting of 75% testimonies and 25% selected emails and texts. I counted about 175 references of someone saying, recording, or remembering. I went through the evidence. When there is a lot of information, I often think of what wasn't stated. In these examples, someone saw or heard something, but I didn't read that the witnesses did anything at the time of occurrence. Went to HR or the city attorney, an email, any coaching or warning not to do something. I thought we are always told that if you see something, you do something. Do we wait until an interviewer asks us to recall something that maybe was not right 5 months ago? I appreciate Councilmember Baloo for his self-reflection. In the report, he said that he may be biased as he was not politically aligned with the two council members. I hope that that we all do the same reflection. I question a decision to censor. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my comments largely apply to both 10A and 10B, but I reserve my right to speak on 10B. We need to hold elected officials accountable for bad behavior. Full stop. I implore the public to read the investigation. It sounds like many of the speakers tonight have. It is really damning. Councilmember Aguilar's 10-minute statement is in direct conflict with the results of the investigation. And honestly, that is not accountability. That is gaslighting. We know it's uncomfortable for you to hold your colleagues accountable. And for any of us, it would be uncomfortable to hold our colleagues accountable. But it sends a strong message that you care more about integrity than your own personal interests. Help build back faith in leadership for San Leandro Council, all the faith that you have lost. Make us proud. Vote for censure. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my comment, Mayor and Council, this evening. I want to start by thanking the Council and the lawyers and everyone for doing this out in the public. That way we are informed about this, and that we can make decisions in the future about who to vote for and support and not. I wish this had come out, maybe a few weeks ago before the election, but, bygones be bygones. I share the previous speaker's concern about the cost that was spent on this, but in this case, government accountability is actually a cost I'm willing to support. I want to say that there was an earlier comment made about the revolving door of city managers and the revolving door of police chiefs. There's a reason for this. I think the city has a problem. There's a cultural problem with how we do management, how we do reform, and I think this is just the latest example of that. Having said that, I've read the report many times. I've looked through all the evidence. I think that just with respect to this item, Councilmember Aguilar, I didn't see anything that big of a deal. I agree with the previous speaker that threatening to fire someone for the decisions they make as the person in charge of hiring and firing them, that seems within the scope of responsibilities. Saying that their next performance review will be maybe worse because they make a bad decision, that seems perfectly okay. I think when I speak about the next item, Councilmember Simon's misconduct, I think that one is very, very different from Aguilar. And so I would say, do not censure Aguilar. He seems to be sort of pulled in out of nowhere into this matter. I didn't see anything serious enough here. Thank you.
Thank you. Bella Camillo, you may unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Bella Comello. I have known Fred Simon. I'm talking on both the items. I've known Fred Simon since 218.
So
and-
Ms. Camillo, I'm sorry to interrupt. So
Yes.
we've got, if you speak about both items, it needs to be general in nature, because we're not taking information about Mr. Simon specifically at this time. If you're talking about perhaps the
Central.
overall
It is
investigation,
central.
but
It is
thank you.
okay.
If we could just start our timer again at 2 minutes, please.
General, because I didn't have any specific thing to say. I have known Fred Simon since 218, and throughout our interactions, I have never witnessed him misbehave disrespectfully towards any person. I have known council member Aguilar and find him to be an outstanding council member. just as the CM Fred Simon, having reviewed the investigation documents on the city website, I believe the allegations are completely false. Plus, they were filed just 2 days after a closed session council meeting to review the performance of the city manager. I I don't think these two people should be censored at all. That is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Leanna Costello, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Leanna Costello, and I'm a citizen of San Leandro. I wanted to say that an independent investigation found, or sorry, I'm speaking on both items, but I reserve my right to have additional time when we speak about 10B specifically. An independent investigation found that both of these representatives interfered with the work of a public servant and were found to make threatening behavior towards a public servant. And so from my perspective, I agree that constituents for these districts shouldn't be punished for these council people's behavior. I actually think the most reasonable outcome here is resignation. The second most reasonable outcome, should these folks stay on city council, is censure plus being financially liable for all of the money being spent to investigate their inappropriate behavior. And third, I would, because this is what's actually on the table, I would recommend that, I hope that our city council holds our government officials accountable for their actions, and then we just move on and show that we care about that our public servants, we care about a certain level of decorum, and that we are willing to, actually hold some sort of standard in our city council. It's really hard to attract and retain the best and brightest in our public servants if we're not able to treat them with respect, if we're not able to follow the rules, and we're not able to play at least a little bit nice with each other. So for all these reasons, I think that our public servants deserve better. I think your constituents of your districts deserve better. And I think all of the citizens of San Leandro deserve better. Thank you. Oh, and actually, I would also recommend, or I'm going to speak on the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there is no more public comment.
So we will close public comment at this time. We will come back to council for deliberation. Are there any clarifying questions or discussion at this time? Okay, seeing none, then I will. Yeah, so I've got Vice Mayor.
First, thank you, public, for coming out and your comments on all sides. Everyone voices matter. Everyone counts. So I respect that. My question or first comment is just on this process. I don't agree with this process. I do believe this process is flawed and it is unjust. We heard a commenter talk about due process. And I do see that has been violated in this situation. Councilmember Aguilar has not, well, he'll see when he speaks on my part, but has not been allowed to see the same information that the other council members have. That's going to be a difficult request of him to make decisions like I'm making a decision now, Councilmember Aguilar, but I have seen less information than my colleagues. That to me doesn't seem right. How can they have more information than I do? And I'm making the same decision. Process is broken. We were rushed into this. For some reason, it had to happen right away, rather than thinking through this deliberatively and having a good understanding. I do believe that Councilmember Aguilar also should have had the opportunity to review the transcripts or the recordings of this investigation. I understand the city does not have those. Is that correct, City Attorney?
So let's be very clear. The transcripts or recordings are attorney work product of the investigator. We did not waive privilege on those transcripts. Councilmember Aguilar did not request those to the best of my knowledge. So I'm looking to city attorney. They were not requested, so I'm not quite sure where this is going.
They could be made available.
They were not requested and we did not waive privilege. So I would encourage you to move to the next point because they weren't even asked for.
Okay. Well, here's a question. If these documents have been posted online and are available to the world, have we waived our privilege already?
The documents that are posted, we took a vote that was reported here. Literally, city attorney was sitting in this chair and reported the waiving of the privilege.
Can I ask the city attorney that question?
City attorney?
Confirming your account that that's what occurred.
Those are my questions for now.
Councilmember Rivera Walton.
Thank you. I had a question around process. Is this the time where we're able to ask the council member some questions about the report, or is this just general comments? I just wanted to get a point of clarification so that we could move the process forward.
So at this point in time, you can ask questions, you can deliberate, you can ask questions of the council members, of city attorney.
Thank you. I have some questions, but I just wanted to point that I just didn't know what the process was. So as long as this is just open time for questions to the council member on item 10A. All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Baloo at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the people that spoke online and in person. I'm ready to kind of deliberate. I don't have any questions. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
So a couple things with regard to Councilmember Aguilar. We don't see eye to eye politically sometimes, but I do enjoy serving with him. I think he cares deeply about serving. That's no surprise to anyone here. I think he cares about his constituency that he serves, and I know that he's proud to be a council member. He's very proud to be involved with National League of Cities and some affinity groups there. This public speakers, I thought, had some valuable comments. I heard some emotion in the room, a lot of emotion in the room and online, and these things, I guess, can probably be emotional for all of us. My role here is to separate the emotion and how I feel. I have to rely on the fact that there was a complaint, that we have a mandated process for employee or former employee complaints of this nature, and that we have to follow that. We hired an investigator, and my job as a councilman, I never thought I'd be up here thinking about this, a censure thing, is to review the report and either accept it or reject it or ask enough questions that maybe make it better. No one wants to be in this position. We tend to work pretty well together when we're working as a team. I want to say for the record, I am not at all interested in Section 710 of the admin code, taking this to the DA to file any kind of misdemeanor. I don't think that's the best solution or resolution for any of this. However, I do find that I accept that report by Mr. Botterud, and I think that his investigation supports that there was interference. And I think maybe adopt a finding. I will say that I was impressed with Councilmember Aguilar's first statement that he said, which was a sincere regret if he caused any trouble. I think that goes a long way when people reflect and acknowledge that there may have been trouble caused. And to me, I'm not sure if that's going to impact what I would recommend for punishment if we even get to that. But it's that kind of acknowledgement shows maturity in the role. I think we have to really focus as a council about the report and accepting the report. There's a lot of other side issues that we heard about from the public, and I think they're important, but I don't think they're the scope of this proceeding. I think the scope of this proceeding is, do we accept the report from Mr. Botterud, and then do we take further action? Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you at this point. Any other comments? Councilmember Azevedo, please.
Okay, yes, I've worked with Councilmember Aguilar for a while, and he's a good person and he really cares about the community. And I don't accept the findings from the report because I find too many inaccuracies in there. They're calling people reliable witnesses when we know that they have untrue statements. They've lied about me, and to me, I feel like this is a witch hunt. They came after me, but we had a video to prove that I didn't do nothing. So now they're going after my colleagues. So I believe we're wasting money. We should be spending our time worrying about homelessness, crime, and garbage in our city. That's what people care about. That's what's happening in our city, not spending money trying to censor our colleagues to political games because someone might be running for mayor or somebody might be running for something. This is all political games. It is. So I won't be supporting that. At the worst, I'll be supporting something to give them a warning because I didn't see any warnings in there. And I believe they both should have gotten a warning if they were doing something. And I will say this, okay, well, I'll speak on Vice Mayor Simon after, but I just want to say I've worked with Councilmember Aguilar and he cares deeply about his constituents and that's what he's representing and I support him. That's it.
Okay, Vice Mayor. I believe you started the discussion, correct? So I'm going to come to Councilmember Votos Walton, who had only asked a clarifying question. You would yield? Okay, then I will continue with Vice Mayor Simon.
My question has to deal with the discipline that was proposed. And again, I was no part of that, even though now I am. So I would understand how did it come about the maximum level, the maximum sentence of discipline was proposed for Councilmember Aguilar, where we heard a commenter talk about tax evasion and FPPC violation, and all these serious things. How did this come about?
So in closed session, we sat as a group. I believe that Councilmember Azevedo was in one of those meetings, but not both of the meetings. There were two meetings where there was a discussion about the options that were available. Councilmember Azevedo was in the first meeting, but not the second meeting. We literally wrote possibilities on the board and we discussed the pros and cons of some choices, the benefits, the disadvantages, and what the objective was. And based on that, that's how this came to be.
Okay. Was the deciding about sending press releases out, was that part of the process of discipline?
The discipline that's listed in the resolution, I don't believe mentions a press release.
Has a press release ever been sent out for any type of discipline of a council member?
So I want to make sure I understand your question. Has the city ever released a press release when a city council member has been disciplined? Is that your question?
Or a personnel type matter?
Okay, so I'm going to separate them because I think they're different. One's a public official. One's an individual covered by a very specific law that protects their rights and privileges. So, do we happen to know if a press release sometime in the past was issued with respect to the disciplining of a city council member? I will start with city manager to say, are you aware of a past situation where a city council member was disciplined and there was a press release?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having served with the city since 2021, I'm not aware of any discipline that has taken place at that time.
So I will now go to Mr. Pierotti. I think you've been with us for approximately 15 to 16 years. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In that period of time, are you aware of a press release that's been, well, let me do it in two parts. Are you aware of a city council member being disciplined?
No.
So that obviously there hasn't been a press release. Are you aware of a city employee personnel matter where a press release was issued?
I can't recall, Mayor, if that's.
Okay.
That's what.
And if something refreshes your recollection, because obviously there was a press release when Chief Pridgeon was no longer employed. And I suspect that there have been other situations where when city managers leave, there are press releases, but it doesn't tend to get into the personnel matter details.
Are the closed session meetings that were held, are those meetings recorded?
The closed session meetings, I don't think have ever been recorded during my time here. Are either of you?
They've never been recorded.
They have not been recorded.
Are there notes or some documentation on what happens in those closed session meetings?
So I will let city attorney answer.
Some, but not all.
I didn't hear that. Could you repeat?
Some notes, but not all.
In other words, just to be clear, it's not a verbatim transcript
No.
of what occurs in the meeting.
Are those publicly available?
No, they are not.
That's my questions.
I will ask, why are they not publicly available?
Under the Brown Act, closed session discussions, unless the council waives confidentiality provisions, are absolutely confidential. And any documents that are prepared in closed session are inherently drafts and labeled as such or as preliminary documents, and they are not final documents. And under the California Public Records Act, those are exempt from disclosure.
Are they available to council members?
Preliminary notes of council members. In some instances, we of course keep a running log of your notes on particular matters, and then they're shared with you so that as you continue to speak about an item, that absolutely occurs, but they are not public records because they're still as drafts.
Right, but I mean, a council member individually, can they request to see the notes from a closed session meeting?
To the extent that they're retained by the city, yeah, I believe that's possible if it's their notes from that meeting and that they were retained by the staff for the council member.
And is there a reason why the meetings are not recorded?
Well, they're closed session. There's not a provision in the Brown Act that they are required to be. Minutes could be created under the Brown Act, but that's a permissive. That is not a requirement of the Brown Act. Excuse me, the legislative body could choose to create closed session minutes, but they won't contain any details as to discussions, et cetera.
Thank you.
Come to Councilmember Viveros Walden, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to come back to the report on page 40. On the conclusion of the report, I just want to kind of just focus on item 10A on Councilmember Aguilar breaching his obligation to not interfere with the former city manager's executions of her duties as a city manager. I think I really appreciate your comments, Councilmember, at the beginning in terms of the impact of the unintended impact of the actions. I really appreciate your willingness to reflect on it. And I certainly do appreciate your advocacy on behalf of community members that, don't have the ability to be active. And I certainly appreciate that from you. But I think what is before us is to accept. I guess my question is, do we have to accept the whole report or do we just accept that portion of the conclusion? And we can deliberate on that.
So it's an interesting question from a process perspective. So I'm going to go to my counsel. Are we allowed to accept the whole report or just the portions that relate to Councilmember Aguilar?
So I think the council has some discretion here as to how it treats the report. The council could have a motion to accept the report in its entirety. The council could have a motion to accept the portions of the report that only pertain to Councilmember Aguilar. The council could focus any acceptance of the report simply on the conclusions that are stated on page 40. You can kind of slice and dice it whichever way you think is most appropriate.
Thank you for that clarification. So I would just like to focus then on the substantiated findings of the report, in terms of, which was the interference of the Councilmember Aguilar's interference of the city manager's execution of her duties as city manager. Because I think I'm just looking through all of them, and that's the only one that pertains to him out of all of them. It is, for me, the city charter is a document that is our North Star, was adopted by voters of San Leandro. And it is the way that they have chosen to run our government. And I think while previous council members have had egregious faults, and just because they were not censured doesn't mean that when we are faced with the decision today, with the investigation that we have before us, with the findings that we have before us, that just because it wasn't done in the past doesn't mean that we should do it, that we should not do it now. And based on the report and based on the evidence, I do see it substantiated, and I would like to accept that portion. I think we can move towards figuring out what that means in terms of a censure or not censure. But I just think that in terms of the information that was provided in the report, and based on the evaluation that happened after that decision was made, which was also included in this report, or was mentioned in this report, I think that I would want to accept the finding in the report of interference. And I don't know if that should be as a motion, or.
We'll get to that in
Okay.
a minute, but thank you for asking. So let's go to Councilmember Bowen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is incredibly uncomfortable, and I take being up here incredibly seriously, and I know that is very difficult for everyone in the room to go through this process. And so what I want to say is that it is possible to both deeply care about the community and to advocate for the community and also not violate the city charter. I remember taking the oath on December 2nd, 2 years ago, and reading the city charter and carrying around my copy of the city council handbook because I take it very seriously. My decision is not about Councilmember Aguilar personally. The community deserves to hear the truth. And oftentimes when we are in closed session, actually all of the time in closed session, we cannot share the discussions we have. We cannot talk about how we deliberated. And it is really difficult to share context and fully explain the decisions that we make and the things that are said because of that. And I will say that while that can be really frustrating, I absolutely understand why that's the case. We need to be able to speak freely and honestly and deliberate and disagree and have discourse in a way so that we can actually set good policy and make good decisions. The city council, governed by the city charter, is through a constitutional framework. The California Constitution authorizes the adoption of the city charter, and I think the really important piece that we've mentioned is that it has the force and the effect of state law. And I believe through my communications and advocacy with the community that I serve, that the public expectation is that the council holds ourselves accountable to the standards that we have set for ourselves. Through the city charter and through being honestly just trying to be good, solid humans. We all make mistakes, I understand that. but very clearly what I see substantiated is a violation of the city charter, as the city attorney shared earlier about section 345. I understand that this summary is an executive summary, and the reality is that I, like many of us in this room, lived through that experience. We were in that closed room. So it isn't a matter of just looking at this and discrediting what is found. I take the complaint seriously and appreciate the substantiation of these claims, because it wasn't just something that I saw or believed, but was objectively investigated throughout this process. And we talked a little bit earlier about exposure to civil liabilities, which has happened in the past in Alameda. And I just, I know it is not always fun to do this. And I appreciate Councilmember Aguilar's comment about sincere regret. I will say that apologies oftentimes, unless you truly, apologies for me should come with an understanding of what you're apologizing for. And while one may have certain intent, impact is another thing. And so I accept this report.
At this point in time, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, try to clarify a few things, and then we'll see where it goes. Councilmember Aguilar, I believe you read a statement that kind of laid out everything, and I was trying to take some notes. I think you began with something about, you were sorry about some misunderstandings or something like that. Are you able to read that to us again?
Oh. Would you like me to read the beginning?
I think very early on you said something about you're sorry for misunderstandings or something like that. Just I want to make sure that I heard it correctly.
Said I am expressing to address concerns regarding the recent allegations of interference and to express my sincere regret over any misunderstandings.
Okay, thank you. I will say that I have found Councilmember Aguilar to be a useful council colleague, a collaborative council colleague. We have worked together at League of Cities. He has introduced me to people. We have had good and healthy and wholesome debates. One thing where I think there's a little bit of confusion, though, is this notion of are we as a council trying to censor, i.e., block out or stop someone from offering an opinion? And so I want to be very clear about something, and I want to get confirmation from legal counsel. I am assuming that there is nothing wrong with any council member expressing an opinion.
That is correct. Opinions are fairly commonly expressed.
Okay. I think that the distinguishing situation in this particular circumstance, and the wording that I saw in the report dealt with threat or implied threat. And if you study the Alameda example, the Alameda example involved a threat or an implied threat. So there's not a question of whether someone can offer their perspective or not offer their perspective. We all offer perspective. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. Nothing wrong with that. But the question is it a threat to somebody's employment? And in this particular situation, part of what I think that the report points out is that although we have the ability to offer an opinion or a perspective, it's a different matter to threaten somebody's employment. And so, you know, I'm trying to weigh, for me, I think that the reason for censure, it's a significant warning. One of the complexities that we haven't spoken about, and perhaps I will ask City Attorney Pierota, because we did talk about this in closed session. And so I don't want to violate closed session, but this concept, maybe I'll start with you. The difference between censure and reprimand, as I understand it, is that with censure, you can actually require that certain things happen, such as you can require that training occurred. Whereas with a reprimand, you can only recommend that something occur. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of my sense of the law.
Well, with a censure, you can impose certain requirements, such as the ones that are suggested in the resolution. With a reprimand, you're really just saying you did something wrong and we're disappointed with you. And you can, as you indicated, say that we suggest X, Y, and Z, but you can't impose X, Y, and Z.
Okay. And so I think that as we think about this, if we want to require certain things, like we want to require training, we want to require some sort of sensitivity training or whatever the case, it comes with the territory of censure. If we just want to say, hey, we hope you do differently, then it's more in the spirit of a reprimand. So that's what I'm thinking through. As I look at the motion that we have, I think the question at this point in time is that the motion captures two pieces. One, it essentially accepts the findings of the report to the extent that they apply to Councilmember Aguilar. And then the second question is, or then it outlines what the consequences are. And so what I think I've heard is probably sufficient votes for accepting the report. The question is, are the consequences in line with what council members originally laid out? Or do some of my council colleagues have recommendations around how we would change, if we would change, and how we would change?
So if I could make a recommendation, I would recommend that the council first deal simply with the issue of accepting the finding and the report as it relates to Councilmember Aguilar, kind of along the lines of what Councilmember Harris Walton was saying. And I actually haven't heard a motion and a second yet in that regard. So I leave it to the council to take that first step, and then secondly, to deal with the issue of what you might want the resolution to say.
Okay. Vice Mayor, please.
Question. So as far as accepting the report, are you accepting it only on the information that relates to Victor Aguilar?
We would be accepting the findings and the report to the extent that it relates to Councilmember Aguilar. Okay. Councilmember Azevedo, please.
I want to substitute motion to table the report because I find too many inaccuracies in it.
So we don't have a motion, so there would not be a substitute.
Okay, so then yeah, I'd motion to table the report then.
Okay.
I second it.
Turning to my parliamentarian, is there any discussion on a motion to table?
No, but I didn't hear a second.
The second came from Vice Mayor.
Oh.
So I've got a motion from, let me just think about this. Your motion is what? Could you please repeat your motion?
To table the report, the findings. Not accept the findings, I should say then.
Okay, so we have a motion to not accept the findings of the report.
Too many inaccuracies. Like I said, some of the witnesses, they're known not to tell the truth the whole time, and we're calling them credible witnesses. How is that accurate?
Okay, so at this point in time, we have a motion to not accept the findings of the report. Is that what you are seconding, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I have similar concerns.
So-
Azevedo, and
Hold on a second,
wish I could
please.
seek
So
Hold on just a second.
his motion can only pertain to Councilmember Aguilar at this point in time.
Fair enough. And thank you for the clarification. So I want to clarify your motion. Is that what you are moving? Okay, so I'm going to restate your motion for the record. Councilmember Azevedo is moving that with respect to Councilmember Aguilar, the City Council reject the report. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor. Reject the findings in the report and the report as it pertains to supporting those findings.
Yes, I accept that, reject both those.
So you are seconding.
Yes.
Uh,
I do have a clarifying question, because when my item comes up, I'm going to have some serious questions on the validity of this report and the investigation process, which can relate to Councilmember Aguilar. That's kind of what my question is. I think they are interrelated because they're the same investigator.
At this point in time, we will see if the motion passes. So we do have a little bit more discussion. Yes, no? Well, there is a floor. Okay, so be it. Okay, so we're coming back to Councilmember Viveros Walton.
I was under the impression that we'd have to vote. If not, I'd like to make a substitute motion to accept the finding of the report as it pertains to Councilmember Aguilar.
Okay, and I've got a second from Councilmember Blue. Okay, so the substitute motion takes precedence. Is there further discussion on the substitute motion? We'll go to Vice Mayor.
I'd like to substitute
There can only be one substitute motion unless I am incorrect.
There can only be one substitute motion.
what are you asking of me?
Well, I just saw you in queue, so I put.
Oh, okay.
No worries. Okay, and I've got a second from Blue. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so let's vote on the motion.
All votes are in. Motion passes 4-2 to 1 recused. So do I need to read it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Mayor Gonzalez, yes. Councilmember Baloo, yes. Councilmember Bowen, yes. Vice Mayor Simon, no. Councilmember Aguilar is recused. Councilmember Azevedo is no. And Councilmember Viveros Walton is yes.
At this point in time, having done that, I would like to focus on the rest of the resolution and really just very quickly, to the extent possible, ascertain whether there is concurrence or there's a desire to amend that which is listed in pages 2 and 3. Is it 2 and 3? 2 and 3, okay. Councilmember Baloo.
I'll start with an idea here. I don't know if this is going to go over with my colleagues, but I hear a certain amount of contriteness from Councilmember Aguilar. I don't know. It's Councilmember Bowen said there's intent and there's impact, but in hearing what Councilmember Aguilar said at the very beginning, I was moved, and I think that we had a list of some possible sanctions that we could take, and they're listed in the resolution. I was going to put forth that maybe we consider adopting the resolution, but strike out subsection D, which would be that he's immediately removed from and is not eligible for future appointments to all legislative bodies. I would make an argument that maybe we can strike that, and I'm basing that a little bit on some of the language that I heard, you have to lead with integrity and inspire confidence and earn the trust and respect. And I think moving forward, there's an opportunity to show that, to show up. And one thing that Councilmember Aguilar does is he shows up and he does represent. And I think that maybe there's an argument to be made for mitigating that the consequences if we do move forward with this resolution. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, at this point in time, are you actually moving that as a potential motion, or are you just want to engage in some discussion?
I think I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues first because I may be way off base there. I don't
Okay,
know.
thank you. Councilmember Viveros Walton, please.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 2 for those of the folks that are following along. I'm looking at page 2 of the resolution. And I would be amenable to striking section D. And then just ensuring that training is prioritized over everything else, ensuring that there is so section C be number 1. And then I guess my question here is the remainder. I'm sorry, I'm a little juggly, so let me go back. Section A says 50% reduction in Councilmember Aguilar's travel and training budget equivalent to $5,000 for the remainder of 24-25. So that means, but is it fiscal year or calendar year?
Says fiscal year. So ending June 30th, 2025.
I'm not following on where.
On A, I'm just looking at A, it says 50% reduction in Councilmember Aguilar's travel and training.
FY. FY, that's correct. Yes,
Fiscal year.
sorry. So I would just want to ensure that the training is prioritized. But I do want to ensure that there are duties that the council member needs to do to advocate on behalf of the city. I'm particularly thinking of the city's travel to Washington, D.C. to advocate for federal and for federal monies for San Leandro projects. I definitely don't want to exclude him from being part of that. So I don't know how that would be worded, but I do want to ensure that he's able to perform the duties that he's been elected to do and that it not impact San Leandro voters. So that I'm saying that. And then section C is a time certain within 6 months of the resolution. I'm okay with that. So those would be my changes to the resolution, specifically to page 2, sections A through D.
And so to be clear, do you agree with Councilmember Blue?
I do.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, please.
A question on the 50% reduction in his travel training budget. Right now, I understand budget that's not used, it goes into a pool and then all the other council members can use it. Is that the case here? Where if you reduce his travel budget, the folks voting today will be able to use his funding?
Don't know that that's been considered. So we could make an amendment to address that concern.
Yes, I think that should be definitely amended. I don't think it's right for those that are voting on this to benefit from it. In addition, I do believe that penalizing him by taking away travel and training, which can make him a stronger council member to represent his constituents, is a detriment to our city and a detriment to our citizens. I don't even know why this is even on the table, because it will not only hurt Councilmember Aguilar from his learning growth, but it'll hurt our constituents. So I don't understand why this is here. I'd recommend this is taken out.
Any other suggestions? Okay, I'll give you
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
I understood that you said a censure, reason why you were leaning towards censure is because you could require things.
Correct.
That's what I understood. If you got a commitment from Councilmember Aguilar to complete, looks like training and other things, would you consider reducing it down away from a censure if you got his commitment to fulfill his training?
So I'll tell you, for me personally, I can't speak for the council. For me personally, when I heard him talk about his apology, he apologized for misunderstandings. I don't consider that full-fledged apology. So I think at this point in time, I'm not inclined to a reprimand.
Can I ask my other colleagues
Certainly.
a question? Would you be willing to reduce?
So I'm just going to go down the aisle, just for ease, if you're willing to weigh in on the top. There's no need to weigh in, right? It's just a courtesy request.
Mine is a question of process. I've been on the council for 7 years now, and I served as a staffer for almost 30, where everything went through the chair, everything went through the mayor. So I think this is out of order.
The reason that I'm
Defer to
doing
the
it-
parliamentarian because it is a kind of a quasi judicial process, but I think it would, if you're asking or he's asking you to ask me, you'll go through the chair. That's
I absolutely agree with you. That's why I kind of am looking down the aisle.
So I think-
If there is the request has come to hear from his colleagues. So I'm reaching out to the colleagues to see if they want to weigh in, but it's not an expectation that you weigh in.
I think the issue was brought up by City Attorney Pio Rota when he said that if you don't have a censure, there's no way to ensure compliance. And if you have a censure, you can ensure compliance because it doesn't, nothing triggers until the specific activity that's required is completed. So I think that's, for me, let's leave it the way it is.
Are there others that would like to weigh in? Just make sure your mic's on, that's all.
Councilmember Siteman, can you repeat your question to me exactly again?
Yes, my understanding of the censure was you could guarantee or force someone to take action, for example, his training. However, I'm asking if Councilmember Aguilar would commit and give his word to taking this training, which I fully expect he will do, would you consider reducing the discipline from censure down to reprimand or something of lesser?
And Councilmember Bowen, consider that coming through the chair.
Thank you. I believe that Councilmember Aguilar violated the city charter and that I see as equivalent to the law. And no, I would not be comfortable reducing it down to down from a censure. I also believe that there are very real consequences to Councilmember Aguilar's action that are outlined in the investigation, and saying that he is regretful of misunderstandings is sidestepping the issue at hand. So I am not satisfied with his comments.
Okay, seeing no others weigh in. Do you have another question or comment? Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to go to Councilmember Blue.
Just procedural, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for acknowledging it's 10 to 10. I know you're going to call for a break at some point soon, but I wanted to make the motion that we extend the council meeting tonight until the conclusion of 10B.
Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
I second that motion.
Okay. So this is a motion that does not involve discussion. Please vote.
Councilmember Aguilar, you can vote to extend. All votes are in. Motion passes 6-1 with Vice Mayor Simon voting no.
Okay, so at this point in time, thank you for the procedural. In the spirit of trying to move this forward, I'm going to make a motion. Then we can take it, you can adjust it, amend it as you see fit. So first of all, I'm going to move to strike item D. Purely as a matter of form, I'm going to suggest in my motion, item C will be moved to item A to carry the visual prioritization of the importance of training. I agree with the suggestion of Vice Mayor that it could create the appearance of conflict if we voted to take some money away and then give it to others that might be voting yes. That makes total sense. So I would recommend that we add the sentence that basically says the excess travel funds resulting from this action shall not be used by council members voting yes. Very simple. So we eliminate the conflict. So this is my proposition, my motion. Then we come back and discuss. And then with respect to the first one, if the objective is to maintain Councilmember Aguilar's and his 6 years of experience as president at National League of Cities for the Congressional Caucus, my recommendation is that we change that 5,000 to cover just across a 2-year period so that he can adjust his travel accordingly, but it not therefore impact necessarily his travel to the Congressional Caucus meetings in March, where we advocate. That's my suggestion. It's a straw man. Councilmember Vivotis Walton.
I would be amenable to that, but only just in terms of the funds for them to just go back to the general fund.
Okay, I would accept that amendment. Vice Mayor, please.
Can you remind me what is the total budget? I guess it's remaining of this year.
So the budget for individual council members is $10,000, and each individual receives a report on how much they've spent. I don't know how much each member has spent.
Okay. Rather than go to the general fund, I recommend that money go to help the homeless, in some fund to help the homeless.
So would you recommend, for instance, Human Services in particular, Human Services Department to be allocated to a program that is already meeting the needs and just expand the services? Is that what you're saying?
That would be acceptable, yes.
Okay. So at this point in time, my question is, are the descriptions that we're making here, would they be considered substantive changes so that we need to somehow come back and do this again? Or are we able to make these types of changes, which are reducing the penalty, and we proceed as such?
So I think you are sufficiently articulating the changes that you would like to make, and therefore it would not be necessary to revisit this. It could be with all the notes that are being taken and the recording that's made, the resolution can be revised appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Baloo, please.
Mr. Process again, I heard your motion. I'm not sure if I heard a second. It sounds like there was a second, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So just to clarify the record, could you please make it super clear?
Yeah, I would second the motion with the amendment that it go to the general fund, but there was consensus already going to Human Services, which I'm okay with.
Okay, so I will restate the motion, or that we're going to adopt the resolution subject to the following edits. Starting with letter D at the bottom of page 2, we're going to strike that. Okay. So that is no longer in the resolution. Moving up the page, letter C will be moved up to letter A. Letter A will become B, letter B will become C. We're just reordering. Purely a reordering to demonstrate a visual prioritization. The old letter B will be amended to say that the excess funds will go instead into the general pot to be allocated. Those excess funds will be reallocated to human services with the objective of supplementing current spending on homeless programs. Letter A. My proposed amendment to that letter simply said that instead of reducing the $5,000 specifically in fiscal year 24-25, that would be $5,000 across fiscal year 24-25, 25-26. So if that might be 1,000 in one year and 4,000 in another year, it might be 5,000 next year, but it would allow the planning such that Councilmember Aguilar would not be prevented from attending the League of Cities Congressional Caucus Days to advocate for the city of San Leandro. Are there any questions on the motion and the amendment? And I've got city manager because ultimately you need to effectuate this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is regarding the old item A, where you have made the amendment to allow for the $5,000 to be spread over 2 years. Need a little bit of clarity for the example if Councilmember Aguilar, if the congressional caucus travel costs $3,000 and Councilmember Aguilar has spent $7,500.
Understood. And then, so we will use our normal budgetary controls to address that exposure, but it doesn't remove the obligation that over a 2-year period, there is a reduction of total travel. Okay. Any questions? Because it's, I know we've worked to reduce the consequence. You feel comfortable, Conflicts Counsel? Okay. You feel comfortable that you can wordsmith the changes. So at this point in time, I'm going to call the question.
All votes are in. Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Aguilar recused, Vice Mayor Simon and Councilmember Azevedo voting no, and Mayor Gonzalez, Councilmember Baloo, Councilmember Bowen, and Councilmember Viveros Walton voting yes.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this time.
Victor Aguilar had one. May I have additional time to present my case?
Do you have witnesses that will be speaking
I do.
during your time?
Yes.
Okay, we will give you 15 minutes as you request. Going back to City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Richard P. Arota, City Attorney, on behalf of the council. Before the City Council tonight is a resolution for its consideration concerning the censure of Vice Mayor Fred Simon for a violation of San Leandro Charter Section 345. In accordance with San Leandro Administrative Code, Title I, Chapter 13, City Council Internal Discipline Policy, Mayor Gonzalez, Councilmember Baloo, Councilmember Bowen, Councilmember Viveros Walton submitted to the city clerk a timely request to censure Vice Mayor Simon, which contained the specific charges on which the proposed resolution of censure is based. I reiterate again, what is the San Leandro Charter? It is a legal document. It is the city's constitution defining the city's government structure, powers, and responsibilities. As a charter city, San Leandro has supreme authority over municipal affairs, which means San Leandro's law and ordinances concerning a municipal affair will trump a state law governing the same topic. What does the interference clause say, which is San Leandro Charter Section 345? It is on the screen. Neither the mayor nor any council member shall interfere with the execution of the powers and duties of the city manager or order directly or indirectly the city manager or any department head to appoint or remove any person to or from any office or employment with the city. Except for the purpose of inquiry, the mayor and council members shall deal with the administrative service under the city manager solely through the city manager, and neither the mayor nor any council member shall give orders to any subordinate of the city manager, either publicly or privately. As I had stated previously, violations are considered serious under the law. San Leandro Charter Section 710, violations, provides that a violation of any provision of the charter shall constitute a misdemeanor punishable by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 6 months, or by fine not exceeding $500, or by both. As I said before, the district attorney's office in Alameda County would prosecute a misdemeanor, or the city council, in coordination with the district attorney's office, could empower the city attorney to enforce misdemeanor. Violations of the charter could also result in civil liability exposure to the city. The most recent example comes from a neighboring city, the city of Alameda, where an independent investigator found that a council member had interfered with Alameda's city manager's powers and duties. The claims from that finding arguably led to a significant separation agreement between the city and the city manager in Alameda, which included the payment of $125,000 in the city manager's attorney's fees. As I'd also stated, the separation agreement was a little over $900,000. Violation of the charter's interference clause could also be operationally detrimental to the interests of the city. For example, it could affect recruitment efforts, not only of a city manager in the future, but also staff because of confusion that may be caused by interference. The allegation of violations of Section 345 of the Charter, interference in administrative service, came from former city manager Fran Robustelli. The city takes all, as I had said before, and I'll say again and repeatedly, the city takes all administrative personnel complaints seriously. Employment complaints. Upon receipt of the complaint, dated May 8th, 2024, the city retained an independent investigator, Carl Boderud, investigate the complaint. Mr. Boderud is an attorney, and the report that he had generated is attorney-client privileged. The city provided the investigator Ms. Robustelli's complaint, in which Mr. Boderud commenced with interviewing the complainant, Ms. Robustelli first. To put a finer point on the attorney-client privilege, that again, as I had stated before, was that privilege was waived as to the report, the written report, the final report, earlier in in November, and was waived after closed session discussion. I believe the date was November 4th. In accordance with San Leandro Administrative Code, Title I, Chapter 13, the correspondence associated with the resolution of censure, including the investigation report and its appendix, served as the written notice and factual basis for the censure and was served upon Vice Mayor Simon's counsel at least 10 days in advance of tonight's hearing. Vice Mayor Simon's counsel accepted service. Ms. Robustelli asserted that Vice Mayor Simon interfered with her duties as the city manager 2 times. In the first instance, Vice Mayor Simon called Ms. Robustelli saying that he wanted to meet directly with staff. Ms. Robustelli told Vice Mayor Simon that to do so would be inappropriate and instead encouraged Vice Mayor Simon to meet with Assistant City Manager at the time, Janelle Cameron. Based on the witness narratives, documentary evidence, and witness credibility, the investigator found it was more likely than not that Vice Mayor Simon communicated directly with staff after being asked not to do so by Ms. Robustelli, after being informed that to do so would be interfering with her duties as city manager, and after being given an alternative to meet with Assistant City Manager Janelle Cameron. In the second instance, Robustelli alleges Vice Mayor Simon threatened her employment if she made what he considered to be a wrong decision. Based on the witness narratives, documentary evidence, and witness credibility, all of which is in the investigation report, and I am summarizing here, the investigator found that the allegation that Vice Mayor Simon's threatening of Ms. Robustelli's employment if she took an action over which she had absolute control and subsequent misconduct towards her after her decision was made constituted interference with her duties as city manager is substantiated. To summarize, the investigator found that Vice Mayor Simon breached his obligation to not interfere with Ms. Robustelli's execution of her duties as city manager and subjected Ms. Robustelli to misconduct, which also interfered with her ability to perform her city manager duties. If the City Council adopts the resolution of censure, then it is adopting the findings of the independent investigation. That concludes my presentation.
At this point in time, we will go to Vice Mayor Simon, please.
To the residents of San Leandro who have elected me to represent your interests and concerns in 2021 and again in 2024, I work for you. You are all my bosses. In the organization chart of the city, the residents are at the very top, or at least that's my recommendation to the city manager, is to show it this way. I'm honored to give it my all to carry out my duties to meet the needs of our city and all our residents. Never would I imagine that I would be in this situation. I joined City Council in 2021 for one reason alone, to help people, to help the underserved, to help the manor, my District 4 that had the unfortunate and unofficial theme of no love for the manor, which has recently switched to, if you can't do it, we will. To help our city as a whole, all districts, everyone in the city, all races, creed, gender, sexual orientation, doesn't matter who you are, help all. I joined the City Council earlier in my career than expected in 2001 to stop the San Leandro Police Department from needlessly killing people. Stephen Taylor and Anthony Gomez, to name a few. Simple as that. I initially didn't think it was the right time. I had a full-time job as a senior engineer. My wife and I are raising 2 kids, caring for 2 elderly parents and ailing health. I'm a scoutmaster for San Leandro Troop and a board member of the Orloma Sanitary District. A very strong leader on council, Karina Lopez, approached me and said, Fred, we need you to help. We need you to help our city. Initially, I said it was too much. I'm not able to do it. With all my other commitments, the timing just wasn't right. However, with much thought and prayer, I said yes. So I jumping ahead to my presentation, this is why I brought up Eric Engelbart, who you've read about in this report during the manager outreach process. Even though he wasn't interested in the city manager position, he is a smart, intelligent, many years of manager experience here in San Leandro and is quality and customer service focused. He is qualified. Sometimes we need a nudge to get us to the next level. Just as Karina Lopez nudged me and encouraged me to join council, I'm very glad she did. And Benny Lee, our first Asian council member too was a huge support and encouragement. I have a passion in my work. I have high standards for our city, and I believe we should consider all options, especially filling our highest ranking position, our city manager, whether it's man, woman, non-binary, Black, trans, white, Chinese, Mexican, Filipino, anyone should have the opportunity and must be the highest qualified. Again, to my surprise, to many in my community, I have been charged with 2 allegations: interference in the city manager's ability to do her job and misconduct in decision to fire the chief, our first Black police chief in the city's 152-year history. Even though these charges against me were substantiated by a city-chosen investigator with the report and documentation included in the city's website, I do not agree with the investigation's substantiated findings. I would like to point out that this investigator is paid for by the city. I do not believe they are truly independent. I raised these same concerns with 3 other city paid investigations while I was on council. Number 1, allegations that were brought against the city manager by the former city clerk. You as residents should know what these allegations are, just as you know what mine are. You should know how much it costs the city. Number 2, allegations against a member of the community. You as residents, again, should know what those allegations are, what they cost, and just as you know mine. The 3rd was the allegations against the former police chief. You too should know what's associated with that. I was told by the former city manager, Robustelli, for me not to raise concerns questioning city investigations publicly, as they may cast doubt on the city's investigative process. Again, I'm very concerned about the city's claims that investigations paid for by the cities are independent. I will share several key facts in this investigation that were misrepresented, including a witness with nearly 17 years of experience as a San Leandro City Council member, Bob Glaze, who has direct knowledge in the investigation and will speak alongside me tonight. I will cover 4 main areas in my talk: to dispute the charges, to stop wasting staff time and resources on these matters that are not warranted, harming me and defaming my character, and are depriving our city from receiving the services and resources it desperately needs. How many hundreds of thousands or maybe $1 million have been spent on these 4 investigations in the past 3 years? The first item I want to hit is the discipline process is flawed and unjust. I hit upon it a little bit during Councilman Aguilar's part, but I would like to say is that my due process has been violated. How is this a fair hearing if I don't have access to the information to prepare for this? I have an unredacted version of a document. I can't even really fully understand what the allegations are or what my witnesses are saying. I should be able to read the same information that the other council members have. I have not been allowed that, and I've requested that. I've also requested transcripts or recordings of the investigative interviews. I asked for those. I was not provided that. We're basing this report on what we think may have been said, what we think someone would have said. I would like to see the transcripts. I think our colleagues should see them too, as proof of the evidence what was said in those hearings. Second is our council did not see all the evidence provided to the investigator. And I have emailed documents to the council during the break. I can't give it to the public because make sure that it's properly unredacted. Hopefully the council will give that to you so you can see the information that I did provide to the investigator that was withheld. One of which is justifications and why I had concerns with Janelle, Ms. Cameron. And I did share this with the investigator, and I received an email, and I think some others on our council did as well, that staff here at the city, they were reprimanded at the direction of Janelle for reporting a hazardous materials compliance issue, or at least talking about it. To me, that was concerning. I brought that up. I provided this document to the investigator. I raised it to our council, and I want to make sure that all the evidence is out there, how I come up with my decisions. So that you should receive that information. Second is Bob Glaze, who will speak in a bit here. He was quoted as saying, "Fred wants Fran fired," and leaving out the rest of Bob's statement. We should understand what Bob meant, not just picking and choosing statements and placing in the report to meet a certain need. Next is the questions were very slanted towards the city, very slanted. For example, the email communication. The investigator didn't ask, do you have additional email investigation prior to the chief being fired? And the answer is yes. So I emailed this information to the council, and you'll see that Juan, Mayor Gonzalez, a city manager, were included on correspondence with the city manager prior to the chief Pridgeon being fired. So the Mayor Gonzalez was involved. He knew, the city manager knew how I was communicating with the city manager. No one said that this is inappropriate. No one said that you shouldn't be doing this. If you did, then you should have said something and that I would have known, but you did not. Next is, there was an internal statement that I made to the investigator, why I was so concerned about the Chief Pridgeon report. And this is what I explained this to the investigator, but when I asked Robustelli, when I was asking her about the investigation report, she had explained to me that the managers that worked under Pridgeon were like snakes. That was very concerning for me to hear. I presented that to the investigator. That information was not included. So that should have been provided for you to understand where I was coming from with my concern on how the investigation was conducted. Next, we talked about the benefits of the discipline policy. I'm glad that you're not going to be taking them for yourselves, as well as the positions. Some of the positions are paid. If you take that away from me or Council Aguilar, you shouldn't take that for yourself either. I do want to say that racism does exist on this council, and it does exist in parts of this city. And I did mention to Juan Gonzalez, we were talking about council relationships. I informed him that one of our council members, who is sitting up here today, had made some very racist comments towards me. And I believe that this is a racist place. It is a place to work in and to serve. And how would you think, I'm a black man in this city or nation, would feel someone that you're working with, and now has the power to discipline me and defame my character, would say, if I were a slave owner, would I be a good slave owner? That's what I've had to endure. I do think that some of the witnesses in the investigation have negative biases towards me. Politically is a huge factor here. People do hold grudges politically. I did not endorse Mayor Juan Gonzalez. Do other political factors come to play here? And I've heard some of those in earlier public comments. Next, I want to hit on supervision means different things to different people. As far as supervision goes, you have the hands-off style of supervision or you have a focused style of supervision. If things are under control, things work well, sure, hands off. That's how it is at Oro Loma Sanitary. It's very well run, very smooth, and it's hands off. Here at the city, so many issues from crime to homelessness, blighted neighborhoods, businesses, dilapidated streets. No plan to repair some streets, such as Wiley Street. Issues are out of control and the residents are not being heard. And we need to focus on our city and get a high performance to solve our issues. I am concerned about just hearing that staff, Robustelli, was unable to settle comfortably into position and hope to retire here. I do expect more than being comfortable and retiring when we have all these needs in our city, making $350,000 a year. It's not just the manor, but many parts of the city are in unsafe conditions. For example, and I sent the emails to city council, there's an email that I sent on April 21st. This was regarding input I had from the fire department. And I'm gonna read you the email. I said to Mayor Juan Gonzalez, all the first responders were here at the Heritage Baptist Church for a recognition of the first responders. I talked to fire in depth about the mess at the San Leandro Marina. This is a safety hazard, environmental hazard, all of the above. I still have not heard a plan from Sheila or from anyone in the city. This is impacting fire's ability to respond if there were an accident at the airport. Let's connect about the next closed session. So I was asking for information and not getting it from the city manager's department. Multiple members of the public were complaining about Robustelli's staff underperformance, and that's why I had to follow up on their complaints. I just can't tell them, oh, go fill out a form, click it on the website. I followed up and people were in need of help. No one, and I mentioned earlier, no one ever said that the amount of emails I sent to Robustelli were inappropriate. Mayor Gonzalez, as well as city attorney, were both involved in those emails. And I even have an email to from Fran stating, can she add, this is March 9th, can I move my emails, my text to emails? That will help her greatly manage the timely responses. And I responded, yes, no problem. And then the Mayor Gonzalez responded, thanks. I will also try to keep things organized as emails are much more organized. So no one ever mentioned anything about sending this amount of emails was a bad thing. Irrespective of the positions, the Robustelli's position of firing the chief, I was consistent on the number of texts and communications. I also sought the advice from the city attorney and included the Mayor Robustelli's communication. I sought city manager on advice on both the city clerk as well as a former chief in my communication. I understand that I'm not allowed to interview with the city manager and her duties, and the final decisions of the managers, the final decisions is up to the city manager. And that's exactly what I did. I just gave my opinion to the city manager. And I have text messages that define that. Text message on January 3rd. Regarding the chief situation, hopefully we can get Pridgeon back, though I understand it is your final decision. If there's anything I can do to help out with the police, please let me know. I emailed the city attorney drafts of my February 2024 council comments, where I spoke in support of the chief, but still understanding that Fran makes her decisions alone. I submitted that information to the investigator, and he declined to include that report or share that with council, but I submitted that to council. And regarding the city clerk, I did not meet with the city clerk. However, I did make it very clear that it's important, I believe, for us to have a community, to have a family within our city, and be able to say hello, to be able to speak, to be able to appreciate their work. Just like we do at an annual city picnic, to say hello and generally thank people at times, to be kind to each other. In summary, I did not interfere with the city manager's job nor her subject to her misconduct. I'm being singled out as a Black man after I raised concerns over the first Black chief investigation report. And let's focus our energy and resources on solving city problems. Bob, and I would like to request a few extra minutes for Bob, please.
We got 2 minutes.
Hope I can get 3 out of this because
Your time is running.
well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all your kindness. Bob Glaze, former city council member. I come before you today to address the report and my part in it. It's reported on page 10 of the report that I stated that then city manager Robustelli that Simon wanted her gone. The statement by itself is factual. But what is unclear, because it's redacted, is what the conversation was about. The conversation had nothing to do with the city clerk or the firing of the city police chief. It had to do with some of the outstanding items with the city manager and a discussion about her performance and that of her staff. I also wanted to make it clear that a lot of these requests for information and action were generated by me, representing Washington Manor community, and items that had been brought to us before the Homeowners Association via text, mail, phone calls, and in person. Part of the discussion with Fran had to do with outstanding requests for information that had not been acted upon and never followed up on, and to address what her staff was actually giving us information about. In our conversation, I made clear to Fran where a lot of these requests were coming from and that they were repeat requests that she had not or her staff had not come back with. Most were simple informational items that took several weeks, several months, or no reply at all. That day's conversation also included discussions about streets, Manor Pool, trees, greenhouse marketplace, and a discussion of how she could improve her relationship with Fred. Having addressed that particular statement, I am also appalled that a release of a document that was supposed to be an investigation failed to interview me, to clarify this item and in turn release it to the public as a public document. I further cannot understand why the city attorney at no place in this document showed that he counseled either the council members or questioned their performance when in fact he was present at some of these meetings. And in some cases asked for guidance by those council members. In conclusion, I believe the 4 members of this city council who publicly released a document then by its content could potentially cause the city to be open to additional litigation. Instead of protecting the city's interests, it appears to be allowing the investigation to be a release to benefit a claim of the former city manager. Your actions have not done any good for the institution of this council. You've shackled these council members and further ones in the future that are thinking to run. They're thinking they cannot ask a question, make inquiries, and impose artificial limits on their request. You've already damaged your relationship with each other. Don't further destroy the bond between the people and their elected officials. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point in time, we are going to take public comment.
Okay, we have quite a few public commenters, so I'm going to call a few at a time so you can queue. Anthony Tejada, Douglas Walsh, Mitch Heidema,
All right, good evening. So first of all, I just wanted to say that I know Fred as a person before getting to work with him in the capacity that I'm currently serving as Planning Commissioner, Board of Zoning Adjustments for District 4. Fred is an upstanding person. He has a heart for the people. He cares for the community. He's attentive to the needs of the constituents within his community. And I wholeheartedly support him in all of his efforts that he's doing. And I would ask that the council, as expressed by many of the speakers here, show grace, show that same type of grace that you would want bestowed on you for these alleged accusations being presented your way. Going to the report, there's numerous sections in the report where it's titled reliable narrators were cast as credible witnesses. It really just doesn't bear any sort of truth. When I read the statements, I did not personally observe, but I heard about it. So everything here in context is really hearsay. There's nothing of substantive value that's added to the actual report and character of the individual itself. You know, I look at potential conflicts of interest and conflict of interest with CM City Manager Robustelli and her appointment of current City Manager Cameron. The fact that City Manager Cameron was viewed as a reliable narrator is a conflict of interest in and of itself. She was a direct report of the city manager, and there's multiple other individuals that fall within that same direct reporting category, that streamline. Again, let's not lose the voice of Fred for the District 4 constituents. That would be a severe detriment.
Here, your time is up. Douglas Walsh, Mitch Heidema, Selena Reyes.
I stand by my first comment, but regarding reply to Mr. Simon's presentation, maybe you have to be more involved than but I had no idea what you're talking about. Personal opinion.
Thank you. Mitch Heidema, Selena Reyes, Mark Janowitz.
As I said earlier, it does truly pain me to be here tonight and read these reports, and I do see some connection between what I see in the reports and what I feel like I've seen in some city council meetings. I think also much of what I said about what I have felt like was kind of a drip, drip, drip of undermining and poor treatment of women who were in power and who had the spotlight. I feel like came from you as well, Vice Mayor Simon. And that's been troubling to watch over time because I feel like it's not in alignment with what I have expected of you. And it is in alignment with what the report says. So I personally find the report believable. I do wonder to what degree Vice Mayor Simon continuing to demonstrate that he doesn't really understand some aspects of how the role works, if that plays a part in the behaviors. I mean, just as an example, tonight, we have a clear demonstration of not really understanding how closed session works and not knowing what your yearly travel budget is. It's like, those are things that after 4 years, I would expect you to know. But it also then makes me wonder what other things about, the city charter and the way that you're expected to operate in this role might you not understand? Don't know. I wish you all luck with this.
Thank you. Selena Reyes, Mark Janowitz, Douglas Spalding.
Good evening. When I was elected to Councilmember Simon sat with me at a diner, and the first thing he did was try to poison me against Fran Robustelli regarding the former city clerk. And during that conversation, he told me he was convinced that the clerk had been improperly fired because he had heard from her directly. I was not interviewed for this investigation, but I wish I had been because I would have said just that. And I am so tired of being gaslit by Councilmember Simon and by some of the men on this council. I'm so tired of whenever Councilmember Simon faces a teaspoon of accountability over misconduct or sexism or plain wackadoodle ideas that demonstrates complete confusion over how city government works, he makes it all about him. And I'm baffled to hear that he is surprised by this. He isn't surprised. Nobody who works with him is surprised because he talks about it openly. And ironically calls it a witch hunt. But he is still standing up here and Fran is not. So who was actually persecuted? The ultimate point I was trying to make 1,000 years ago when this discussion began was that this investigation says that gender discrimination wasn't substantiated, but that's not because sexism wasn't at play. It's because sexism is the water we are all swimming in. And the public should know that the results of this investigation only scratched the surface of the deep dysfunction and discrimination and dishonesty I witnessed and experienced on council that I kept quiet about, that I can only really talk about now that I'm off it and don't have any stake in the game except for being a citizen who fucking cares. I believe we can censure and discipline and still move forward on important policy issues. So I just hope that takes place today.
Thank you. Mark Janowitz, Douglas Spalding, David Anderson.
Good evening, council members. It's me again. Many of us are repeat performers here. Once again, the issue of discrimination of all kinds pervades our society, and I think now more than ever, all of us need the training that you're referring this individual council member to. It's interesting to me that the charges, the accusations of gender discrimination were not upheld, but nonetheless, training in process and in sensitivity is recommended. I would suggest that all of us in this room and in our community could benefit from such training, and I would urge that you all undergo such training as you recommend for any individual of your members, because the issues are that deep, and they pervade and harm all of the community. I will repeat what I said before about removing the council member from committees. That harms all of the community. It's anti-democratic in the sense that it inhibits this individual from performing his function as our representative. That's a concern to me. I'm also concerned about there may be some political motivations in some payback. Those are things you all have to wrestle with as you craft the appropriate remedy. I am concerned that this is a little bit too late. The barn door is left open for this one. I'm concerned about this distinction between a reprimand and a censure. I don't think, and we can ask the city attorney, where that is codified, that distinction. I'm not the expert, but I don't know that that exists. So I ask you to take that into account if that issue is revisited. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Douglas Spalding, David Anderson, Nancy Rafflaff.
I'm reading from my note cards here. This is entirely too late at night to be having such an important discussion. And what are we doing here? We're worried about, future employees and future candidates. This is a spectacle that we've created. The people aren't going to not come to San Leandro because of these two council members. They're not going to come here because of what all of us are doing. I know Fred Simon to be a caring person, a passionate person, a progressive activist, a fierce advocate for the constituents of District 4, an erudite council member who really thinks about things. And for him to, tell the former city manager, I don't agree. I think we're really doing the wrong thing by axing our African-American police chief. Seems well within his role as a council member. Maybe it's an opinion. And for him to be straight up and say, this is going to affect my review of you. What's wrong with that? We're not threatening anybody. It occurs to me that actually this is not merely about censure, S-U-R-E. I agree with Mr. Janowitz. If you are interested in the training aspect, that should be something you do together collectively as a council. But it does seem, I am impressed that this is about a political vendetta. It is about censorship. It does have a chilling effect. In the city of kindness, we have a Stepford Wives standard of consent, where disagreement is being unkind. Where in my experience, struggle is a form of respect, and I respect you, Fred, for struggling for what you believe in. So, Mayor, if we want to restore faith in government, let's end this witch hunt. Let's put the long knives away. You've already silenced our.
Thank you. Your time is up. David Anderson, Nancy Rafflaff, and Susan Erb.
Hi, my name is David Anderson, and I'm coming to show my support for Fred Simon. I was on the Senior Citizen Committee with Fred, and I keep hearing people talk about female gender or being opposed to women in high places. I didn't see that at all. I've known Fred for about 12 years, and he's respectful to everyone that he meets. He listens, he tries to get the job done, and I support him 100%. And I would recommend that you guys probably either tailor this so-called censor or not censor him at all, because you are discouraging people that are willing to come up here, put their life on the line, and work with you guys. If Fred was emailing or whatever he was doing with the city manager and the mayor, you were made aware of it, leadership is required. You should call, talk to Fred, talk to Rosselli, talk to the city councilman and say, look, how can we work this out so we can get Fred's constituents address, and you work it out. And that's not a hard thing to do. But if you have personal vendettas or you upset with somebody, you don't like the way they wear their hair or whatever, we have to stop this. We just got a president elected that's going to destroy us in some way or form. We have a way right here where we can set an example by working with people. If people are telling you they want to get the roads repaired and Fred brings that message to you guys, let's try to get it done. And I think we can do it. So I think we should drop all this shenanigans and move forward and try to just do some training. The communication was not there from what I can see. I don't have, my copy is redacted too. But we need to talk about how we can work together. We're all on the same team. And that's what we need to do is work together. Some of you guys are leaving. Some of you guys have just got on. Sometimes you might have to abstain from different things so that you can move forward and keep working with each other. So I support Fred, I support Victor, and I support our mayor. I've talked with you some things I said need to change. If you have an attorney that's working against you,
Thank you. Your time is up. Nancy Raflaff, Susan Erb, and Stephanie Smith.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to say.
Can you pull that microphone closer to you?
Sure. Better?
Yes.
So I just want to say good evening to everyone. First thing I noticed when I came here, it says a city where kindness matters. And that's Fred. I mean, I went to his, he has these meetings at various places in San Leandro. He is out there to help you, and he will do anything for you. He'll even be on vacation if you call. You don't know he's on vacation. He'll answer the phone. What can I do for you? What's wrong? I mean, where do you find this? And everything that this report is saying does not sound like this man. And I'm very upset. I'm just very upset for him. He's a good man, a family man, good father, a good son. He cares about San Leandro. And if we don't have him as a councilman, I don't know what's going to happen in my district or everywhere. We're lucky to have him. Sorry this has happened.
Thank you. Susan Erb, Stephanie Smith, and Dr. Chris Smith.
Good evening, Susan Erb. I am one of those who turned to Vice Mayor Simon for information about Chief Pridgeon being put on administrative leave and then subsequently fired, information which he unfortunately was unable to share. I absolutely cannot overstate the concern of many in the community about that termination. The very reason we elect a council member is to represent us, sharing our issues and concerns, working towards solutions with the council, the mayor, and the city staff. The report and exhibits made available to the public show that that is exactly what Vice Mayor Simon was trying to do. So where's the line between interference and simple inquiry? What is allowable communication? What avenue is left for sharing concerns and providing input? If the council wants to further define interference and delineate limits of communication, they should do so in a straightforward and public process. Censoring these council members is neither supported nor advisable. Districts 3 and 4 together represent 30,000 residents, 1/3 of the city's population. Just censorship, even without reducing budgets, even without committee, just censorship has an impact. There are psychological consequences of it. It negatively impacts our representation, and it is not truly democratic. I support Fred Simon.
Thank you. Stephanie Smith, Dr. Chris Smith, Valentino Salazar.
Greetings to all. My name is Stephanie Smith. I was born here in San Leandro, and I have lived here for many years. I love San Leandro, and I am here to speak in support of Honorable Fred Simon, who I voted for to serve this city I love. He is a man of impeccable character who I've worked with for over a decade. He does his job holding himself and others around him to high standards. For public reports, it is clear that Robustelli is a disgruntled worker who retaliated just a few days after receiving a subpar performance review. And per public report, she also had an implied pattern of misbehavior towards other workers like the city clerk. Robustelli filed this unwarranted complaint that was totally self-serving just a short time before she was skipping town to take a job in Florida per her LinkedIn account. Again, showing a lack of her care or any devotion for San Leandrons. Another evidence of her lack of integrity was her groundless accusation of treatment of women, which even the investigative report found untrue. He has always treated me and every other woman I have ever observed him around with the utmost of respect. In closing, as the Honorable Fred Simon has a long-standing history of respecting women and has exhibited a self-sacrificial devotion in elected office for standing up for what's right for San Leandrons, the allegations of a proven selfish, appointed abandoner of San Leandro,
Thank you. Your time is up. Dr. Chris Smith. Dr. Chris Smith, Valentino Salazar, Pat Wellman.
Mayor and council, I'm shocked and trying not to show emotion with this.
Do you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Okay, I'm really shocked by what I read in this report. I tried to read it to the best of my ability, pretending I knew neither of these people. And I ended with having a series of problems with the fairness and objectivity of this, quote, independent investigator. What happened, what I kept seeing was the victim, Fran Robustelli, was suffered gross misconduct and misogyny from Fred Simon. So, like, what I was trying to see is if this was happening to me and this investigation was done in this way against me, I would be terrified, because if the goal was to take every benefit of the doubt and give it to one person and take it away from the other, then this independent investigator gets high marks, if that was the goal. And I can prove it. I don't have much time. The complaint against the city clerk, that Fred Simon said, hold on. So, city clerk against Fran, he was saying, hold on. She said, Simon is he's horrible towards women, quote. And what does he say about her testimony? Reliable. That's a gross generalization about a person. You would want that? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Your time is up. Valentino Salazar, Pat Wellman, Bob Glaze. No Valentino. Cat Wellman.
Good evening again. I'm not here to talk about the merits of the case again. I am concerned about the city's procedures, the fairness of imposing the disciplinary measures that are being considered. And again, it's for two reasons. One is that the main victims of the proposed punishment are not your council member, but the residents of San Leandro, and particularly the constituents that Fred works with. My primary concern is that the proposed discipline will keep him from being able to perform the job that he's been elected to do. Fred is on the Facilities and Transportation Subcommittee. He has been working with the residents in Bayo Vista, which is actually not his district, to try to come up with a solution that we have been facing for our public safety because of the closure of Lake Chabot Road. We are very concerned that the measures proposed will chill his ability to continue to work on our behalf and for the community. And then second, just because of what I've heard now, I've got more concerns about the investigation and what's happened here. Due process requires notice, notice of what is considered misconduct. It should also tell you what the consequences will be if you engage in misconduct. And then certainly if you have an investigation against you, anybody who's ever been in public service for the city knows that you are entitled to all the evidence against you. It doesn't look like that happened in this case. But anyway, most importantly, my primary concern is that you do not impose any kind of measures that are going to keep our elected official from being able to perform the job that he's doing and he was elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Glaze. Okay. Tuan, Basil Wong, and then Leo West.
Watching this process, for me, as a involved, engaged resident, it's just chilling. It's chilling because I think when we elect folks to represent us, we want them to have a voice, to ask questions, to have oversight, and to know what's going on. This process says maybe you shouldn't ask those questions because you might be accused of being meddling or interfering. Maybe you shouldn't, as somebody who has some oversight responsibility of the city manager, do anything because you could be accused of wrongdoing and you could be censured and you could be prevented from doing your job. And that process, how does that not apply to all future council members that are elected? How does it not apply to everybody that votes to censure these two individuals for asking questions, for providing oversight that is needed on behalf of residents, and then to be taken censored to the point where they can't do their job to represent the community, to sit on commissions, to even have that possibility be on the proposal? That's just too much. I think, where do we hold somebody accountable, and where does the abuse be so strong that you really are preventing our electeds from representing voters? It's just wrong. I think this process has just gone too far. The wheels have fallen off the wagon.
Thank you. Basil Wong, and then Leo West.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members, staff, and the community. I'm here to speak in support of Councilmember Simon. In particular, I vehemently disagree with the characterization of harassment and retaliation in the report in regards to Councilmember Simon. Reviewing the evidence appendix, I see many items of concern that I share. My neighbor created a dump in front of their house, creating a rodent problem in our neighborhood. Councilmember Simon worked very tirelessly to try to get that resolved, and it took a while before it was. This evidence suggests that Councilmember, and he talked about the people who complained about the trees and the roads. This is evidence that suggests Councilmember Simon listened to his residents. Even with his alleged harassment, little has been done. One of the other allegations is that Councilmember Simon inappropriately spoke with staff when told not to. This was presented on the report under page 12. This evidence was hearsay. Cameron did not personally observe Simon, but heard about it. The investigator never interviewed the employee with whom the alleged conversation was said to have happened, and what Councilmember Simon said to her or him. My request is that we not censure Councilmember Simon. And if you have to, I would request that you would limit it to two options. One is section 113, 125A, which is direction to correct, and section 113, 125B, which is direction to attend training. Thank you.
Your time is up. Leo West will be the last in-person speaker, and then we will go online.
Oh, it's great to be last. When we look at all those barrage or harassing email written by Council Member Simon, we see an immature and cowardly high school bully who has no business running a city. Simon, as well as Aguilar, are on the city council because nobody else wanted to run for their job. So when they claim that they are representing the people who elected them, I would say that most likely they wouldn't have been reelected. Now, then all of the considerations that apply to Aguilar, they also apply to Simon. They compete for who is the most obnoxious of the two. This individual who lives in the secluded community protected from the streets elements, the same kind of elements like the one he wants to build a monument for, is also claiming racial discrimination. What race is that, Councilmember Simon? Simon, as well as Aguilar, should resign. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have one more in-person, Serlene Grant.
I'll be brief. So again, council members' job is to give voice to the community concerns and to hold the city manager accountable. The report is so subjective that it just takes subjectivity off the map. The way it's written, as you all know, I do a lot of writing and a lot of ghost writing for government reports and so forth. And there are ways to do it. The report talks about everyone, but yet Fred's is the only person whose employment is noted in the report. It talks about how people had a bias, but since the theme of the report out follows everybody else's narrative, it must be warranted. It talks about other people's testimonies being like that. So it's really a very subjective report. And finally, this comment, this is really why I wanted to get back up. I walked in this evening with a person who had never been to city council before, so much so that I had to show him how to enter the building. Got in, and on the sidewalk, I was explaining how the council works, blah, blah, blah. He got in, he sat where he sat, he observed what he observed. And during the break, he came to me and says, "Why is there so much hate? Why are there people talking like that?" That's how you all are showing up to the public on this very item, which could be handled so many different kinds of ways. And while the gender bias was dismissed, I do want to say this. I don't know Selena's story because when that all happened, I tried to call her and talk to her about it. We didn't have a conversation. Suha's story earlier this year, I think that's about Suha showing up and running circles around each and every one of you all with her preparation, her ideas, and being there. And sometimes that makes people respond in not a positive, loving way.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Mayor, one more public comment in person, Benny Lee.
This evening, Mayor, Council, this evening you've listened to a whole bunch of public comments on multiple sides. But one of the comments that touched me, and every one of them did touch me, was our former council member, Bob Glaze. He revealed facts that were not covered in this report, showing that this report was flawed. I can't understand how you would vote against Victor and how you would vote against our vice mayor, council member, Fred Simon. This is a flawed report, right? And we should set it aside.
Thank you. We will go online to online public comment. Alicia, you may unmute yourself. Alicia?
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, you may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. First, I want to restate all the comments that I made for item 10A. And in addition, I want to speak to this report that a few other speakers have spoken to. This is obviously a slanted, one-sided report. I see nothing in this report that I've read multiple times where the aforementioned previous employees had been interviewed to determine whether or not these statements were actually factual. So this report needs to be withdrawn from these proceedings because there's obviously a slanted bias by 4 council members that are trying to censor 2 council members. This is a political event and this is disgraceful to our community. And also further, I want to speak to the mayor who has twice tonight violated the Brown Act by speaking specifics to closed session items, and also to the city attorney who spoke regards to the fact that closed session items and what can be, what is documented and stated and documented in those sessions, that those items have to be reported out when action is taken. And it doesn't appear that in the 2 cases that are referenced in this report were taken in and mentioned in the public hearing or the public meetings after those closed sessions, that they were not properly reported out. And so there is major violations of the Brown Act. And I hope that the citizens of San Leandro, along with myself, take action against this city. And further, the fact that you guys are going to apparently, as you did in the previous, are going to uphold these resolutions, you are opening up the city to further taxpayer dollars that are going to impact our abilities to provide services to our citizens. This is disgraceful.
Thank you. Lucas, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking my comment this evening. I want to say that I am very concerned, as I said before, about the culture that led to this and whether the council can be productive going forward, or if we're going to have lots of acrimony and backstabbing and undermining going forward. I hope not. I agree with former council member Reynes that Robostelli was devoted and competent, but I also thought there was room for improvement about how the city was being run. And you know, I say that very often, but I do think that if council members say, if you do X, it will impact how I grade your performance review, or if you do X, I will try to get you fired. That's what council members should do. How else can the council enforce its will on the city manager? You have to threaten firing if that's what you think needs to happen. Also, I want to say I'm very concerned, on the other hand, about Councilmember Simon's work style. Appendix C contains many examples of his text messages to the city manager at 7 a.m., at 7 p.m., at 10 p.m. And I just want to remind the city council that being a city manager or city employee, it's a job. It's not being your personal assistant at someone's beck and call. Unprofessional behavior, like reaching out to people outside of work hours, will drive talent away from the city. I'm also concerned, like many other speakers, about the political subtext of all what's going on here. And who is really pulling the strings? Who's trying to crack down on dissent? As other speakers have said, many of the actions that are being alleged here happened in the open. They happened over email in the presence of other council members, with the city attorney present. No one raised concerns contemporaneously. What has changed since then? Is this a turf war? Is this high school drama that we're witnessing? There's issues about due process, redacted evidence, penalties for misconduct appearing after ex post facto issues. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Melissa Wong, you may unmute yourself.
Okay, before we start, again, section 345 in the Zoom, it's still there. It popped out after I finished and it's still there. So anyway, neutral background would be preferred. Thank you so much. Well, hello again, Mayor and council members. I stand by Benny Lee, Bob Glaze, Anthony Tejada, Nancy Ralph, and Susan Erb, all from District 4. I also referenced to what I said under 10A 2 hours ago now. Even with this council meeting, I sure don't understand interference or setting a person up to fail. I ask again, why didn't any witnesses say or do anything at the time of occurrence, assuming they witnessed any violations then? I question the report and now this process because I see the strength in number among council and feel defeated, which is hard for me to say coming from me. I will offer my experience with council member Simon. I see how he talks to the residents and follows up on all issues. He has monthly chats at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday mornings. He comes to our monthly HOA meetings to hear concerns, meets with the Resilient Hub, and supports our neighborhood events. In these forums, yes, I see him email and text issues to the city on the spot. He follows up on issues big and small, even if they may be tiny to some. We cannot afford to not have someone like him not represent District 4. If it is not too late, I want to advocate training for the city and council because I still don't know why we have people vote so easily now when they didn't even question or do anything back then. It seems like this is confusing and the confusion will bound to repeat. Vote against censure, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Bailey, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Bob Bailey. I am actually reluctant to speak on this matter because I respect and support the two council members accused. But I also respect and support our former city manager. But I am for good government, and I am genuinely saddened that we are at this place, which can only hurt the council's ability to come together to meet the city's pressing needs. I come to this from the perspective, both as a member of the Community Police Review Board, which had deep concerns about the treatment of Chief Pridgeon, but also from my past professional experience as a senior assistant to the city manager in Berkeley. I appreciate the tremendous community pressure on council members during Chief Pridgeon's leave and on the city manager, who under the city charter had the sole responsibility to decide what to do. While it is true the full council has authority under the charter to hire, fire, and evaluate the performance of the city manager, that is the collective responsibility of the council. No matter how passionately individual council members may have felt about how the city manager was carrying out her duties, it is a slippery slope if they interfere with the city manager's clear administrative responsibilities under the charter, and in so doing also undermine the role of the council as a whole when it comes to evaluating the performance of the city manager. The city manager cannot effectively function when that line is crossed, and that is detrimental to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Cole, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, Carol Cole. Given discussion and vote on 10A, I feel my breath is even more wasted now, but I am calling to add my voice in support of Councilmember Simon and express sadness that this situation even made it this far. Councilmember Simon represents me and my district where I've owned a home since 1990, and he's the first city official in all those 30 years that I felt was approachable, concerned, and interested enough to take action on behalf of his constituents and follows up. As I read the investigator's report and the many pages of evidence, I kept motivation in mind. And I saw my council member concerned for San Leandro citizens dealing with situations needing the city's help to address. I saw council member Simon wanting to understand the decision to fire the city clerk, followed by the firing of the police chief, because transparency was lacking and it was difficult to see where those employees had failed the city. And Councilmember Simon wasn't the only one asking those questions. I'm not a newbie to San Leandro politics. I've been watching for years. I served on the city's first budget task force where I was exposed to many of today's players. Tonight, I'm embarrassed for our city by this call to censure. Never once in reading the communication chosen as evidence did I see the city manager telling Councilmember Simon his actions were inappropriate, asking him to stop, informing him of correct avenues for communication. This censure measures in the resolution do not only penalize one elected official, but the thousands of San Leandro citizens in Council Member Simon's District 4. The financial constraints of the censure will limit future representation of Simon's constituents, and that is not right. Please vote against those resolutions to censure. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all the general comments I made for 10A also apply. Vice Mayor Simon's 10-minute statement at the beginning of this item showed zero regret for what an independent investigation, emphasis on independent, substantiated as violations of the city charter. Instead, he used his 10 minutes trying to cast doubt on the validity of this process, just as he did many times during 10A. Vice Mayor Simon, you must think most of us are not paying close enough attention to notice that you are trying to distract us with red herring. We see what you are doing, and it is enraging. If you actually cared about taxpayer dollars, you would stop wasting our time. Vice Mayor Simon takes zero accountability for his actions. It is up to you, the rest of council, to hold him accountable. Make us proud. Vote for censure.
Thank you. Adrian Miller, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Adrian Miller, and I say good evening to all of us here who are hanging in there. And this is an important issue, and I'm speaking on behalf of Fred Simon. I have worked with him on various issues for over 10 years now. He doesn't wait for problems to come to him. He searches out problems that he can address, like the feral cat population, the water quality, the neighborhood safety, the quality of life in our neighborhood. And I am very proud to be represented by him. And I have never seen him to be disrespectful to women or anyone else. I'm sorry, it's late. I'm losing my voice. But I just want to say he is a dedicated public servant, and I hope that he is treated respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there is no more public comment.
Okay, so we'll close public comment at this time. We'll come back for discussion amongst council members. Also, this is an opportunity if you have questions that you would like to ask, please feel free to ask questions. So I'll begin with Councilmember Viveros Walton.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight and staying this late. Appreciate all of you for your time. I just have a couple of clarifying questions, and then I'll cede the rest of my time so we can all ask questions if we have any. Mayor, maybe you can direct this question to the most appropriate person, but what's the relationship with the city and the investigator that did the report?
So let's start. Council made the request that an independent investigator be hired. We passed that responsibility, delegated that responsibility to Rich Pierotis, city attorney. So I'm going to ask Rich, as our city attorney, to talk about the process for hiring the investigator.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Ferris Walton. The investigator was sourced through a referral from an individual with some specific conditions that it be an investigator that had never worked with the city of San Leandro before or any entity within San Leandro. And that two, that of course, there was no conflict of interest or that they knew any of the individuals. So the two conditions were reached by this particular individual who was an attorney, had years of experience as an investigator, also taught investigations to other attorneys and other investigators. And finally, this person was also based in Southern California to, again, never worked in Northern California or anyone else that would be connected to the city in some way.
Thank you for that. And this is a question to Vice Mayor Simon. I saw that you sent us emails during the break. Can you explain why those weren't sent to us with at least 24-hour notice?
It takes time to prepare those. It takes time.
So you sent them during the break. So you couldn't, I guess I'm asking why were they sent during I think it was a 9 o'clock hour. I can check the time, but not even like in the morning. So we could at least have time, because I'm not able to review those. So I'm just asking why they were sent in between the meeting and not maybe even last night or this morning.
I've been working on this for quite a while. I have not been sleeping much because I've been working on this. And I wish the investigator would have done his job and provided you with that information.
Okay.
So
for your answer.
that's why you don't have it.
Thank you.
And again, we'll take all questions through the chair, and please perceive that as a question through the chair.
I also wanted to clarify the timeline, because there's some questions around why the city manager, when the complaint was filed, investigation commenced. So, just going off of the public record, Chief Pridgeon was relieved of the position or left the position on February 22nd. That's according to the public record. The city manager Robustelli resigned on her last day in the office was June 21st. According to the report, this report began on May 20th. And so what I'm seeing here is, according to the report, upon the release of when Chief Pridgeon left, there was the allegation of retaliation. And it seemed to me that the city manager at the time followed a quick action in terms of it happened. The alleged behavior happened soon after that. And within a really short time frame, so February, March, April, May, within a 3-month time frame, the investigation began. So what I'm trying to get at is that the timeline suggests that the former city manager acted timely based on the behavior that she was experiencing or how she was experiencing the behavior. So I don't necessarily see a lag or drawing this out. I think according to the timeline of events, it all happened very sequentially and actually quite quickly. So those were just a couple of the clarifying questions that I have. And I'll leave the rest of my time for comments later so other folks can ask questions.
Okay, going to Councilmember Azevedo, please.
Yes, I've worked with Vice Mayor for a while now, Fred Simon, and I know him. I know his character. I know how he treats people, and he's a good person. He cares about the community. He's always out there finding out how he can help the community, and I support him. And I got a question for him. You mentioned during, okay, I'll go through the chair, but you mentioned about this city clerk. I'm reading in here that a former mayor, Pauline Cutter, said that Cutter recalled Simon saying 2 or 3 times that he met with her. Is that true? Because I know some of these people in here have a history of not telling the truth a lot, and I know personally about this. Is that true, that what she's saying in here, or is that not true?
It's false.
So I want to clarify. You are stating that you never met with the clerk that is the subject of this report.
Correct. On this type of matters, no. Like I explained earlier, I want to walk through the hall and say, hello, how are you? How's work going? How's your projects going? Have like a working good relationship, have kindness. That's how it is at good employees and good employers that I know. You actually speak to people. Of course, I know you can't get into interference. That's why I talked to the city attorney. He explained that to me on numerous occasions. So answer your question, no.
Okay, yeah, because it says that she said that you said that 2 or 3 times, and then it says that she showed hostility towards you, towards Simon. So of course it's going to be biased if she's showing hostility towards you. And then this report can't even get the basic facts right. Look at just the basic facts on here. Okay, well, it talks about Mayor Juan Gonzalez right here. Okay, let me get to it. It says Gonzalez is San Leandro's mayor. He has served that role for 1.5 years now. The mayor is directly elected by popular vote. Everybody knows that's not true. Ranked choice. I won the popular vote. People know that. I won the popular vote the last 3 elections. So, so it can't even get the basic facts right. So how could we believe this report if it can't get basic facts right?
Councilmember Aguilar, please.
Mayor, just to clarify, we are just asking clarifying questions?
You can do it. We're exploring, we're asking questions. This is really our time to discuss and explore.
Okay, I just, I've worked with Mayor Simon for 4 years now. And I have some questions on the resolution. Is this the time for me to bring that up?
Certainly.
So the resolution on item, let's see, at the end, item A, 50% reduction in Vice Mayor Simon's travel and training budget, equivalent to $5,000 for the remainder of fiscal year 24-25, and $5,000 in fiscal year 25-26. He hasn't even been sworn in yet. The election's not certified. So does this indemnify the city with this language on here?
So this language is clearly not indemnification language. So perhaps you can reframe your question.
My question is clear, Mayor. Are we indemnifying the city with this language for someone that's not even been taking the oath to office?
I will pass your question along.
Appreciate that.
Does
Obviously, you're not the attorney.
Does this indemnify the city?
I'm sorry, but I don't really understand what you mean by indemnify the city.
Harm the city or subject us to litigation for a language that is in here for somebody who has not even been sworn into office for fiscal year 20.
Okay, so you're referring to the fact that there was just an election and Mr. Simon was reelected, but he has not, the process for declaring the results of the election and so forth and so on has not occurred.
Correct.
And yet you're questioning the mention of the following fiscal year in relationship to that.
Yes, we're putting this language in a resolution to exclude him from a travel budget, which he hasn't even been sworn in for this office yet. So I just want to make sure we're covering ourselves as a city, that we, I want folks to think about that we do this till the end of his term, which is 2024.
So I have 2 different thoughts, all right? One is that since it's clear that he, or at least it apparently is clear that he has won the election and he will be sworn in, it's projecting that he should not have this money in the coming term. I don't think there's anything that prohibits the council from taking that approach. All right. Another approach could be to focus on the 24-25 period and then modify the language to address subsequent to his being I'm trying to think of the right term, but subsequent to his being declared the official winner and being reinstated on the council for a future term, that his travel budget is similarly constrained. I think the end result, depending upon what the council decides to do, is basically the same, but I don't think there's an indemnification question or issue.
If I may. I think there's also an interest in knowing of whether this creates legal liability for the city if we adopted this resolution by virtue of the fact that it applies to the next time period.
I don't think there's a liability question. I think that certainly the council can take that into consideration and potentially not deal with a future term if it thinks that that's an unwise way to go.
You can proceed.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that answer. You know, there's a famous quote that says, "Censure quits the raven, but preserves the dove." Censure quits the raven, but preserves the dove. And in this sense, you know, you have two people of color who serve on this, you know, who are being criminalized for voicing concern. And it's very apparent what is happening here. You know, this is a modern day form of a public hanging, and everybody's watching live in the audience. And for me, you know, the amount of trauma that has come along with this, you know, I could only imagine, you know, the sleepless nights that Councilmember Simon has had to endure. You know, I do understand the city manager's complaint at hand. And, you know, I just, and watching her interview and interviewing with St. Pete, you know, her interview, they asked her about her job and why are you leaving? She said, bad people don't leave bad jobs, they leave bad bosses. And I had a question, you know, a chat with her about that, say, hey, am I a bad boss? She said, you know, no. I said, what do you mean by that? You know, we communicate all the time. We need to all work together. And I think that we've all had an open line of communication. We're very transparent, even in closed session. I think, you know, we try to anticipate what we're going to say. We do our research. We make sure we're doing the right job. We're doing the right thing. And, you know, I think Councilmember Simon is doing the right thing. And in this report of the alleged text messages for misconduct is blasphemy. It was just checking up, asking for timelines and deadlines. I don't think this is legitimate. I think this Waterwood should not be practicing law with this blasphemous report that is completely flawed, that says that we're both unreliable folks to testify and tell our own story, and that we have reliable folks who obviously don't always tell the truth, who spread rumors about us, council members. It's just, for me, I just find it very disdainful. I am disheartened that he even has to go through this. You know, we can't talk about this. I can't even talk about this to my therapist. And you know, the fear of dealing with having to leak something from closed session. It's terrible. You know, after this, I'm going to be able to talk to my therapist and tell them what happened and the BS that we've been through. And to hear, you know, former council member use the word persecution for our council member, you know, there were a lot of slaves who were persecuted. And to say that I should be removed from representing the city at anything with regards to LGBT, I find that to be very homophobic and transphobic as we celebrate Transgender Day of Remembrance, Transgender Awareness Week. I think there are, you know, other folks who have commented, you know, who'd want to see us hung publicly. I think we need to move forward. And, you know, there are some things that I would like to add to this to remove, because I find that this report is, you know, the city paid for an attorney to write a result in their favor. And that's what this is portraying. I feel like we were not allowed due process. I feel like Vice Mayor Simon was not allowed due process. And I believe what is listed in here, to remove him as title of vice mayor is disgusting. I think, we've all learned from our mistakes, and hopefully, I learned. I'm moving on from this. This is terrible. And I know that Councilmember Simon has learned a lot from this, and will move on. And to listen to what the public commenters had said, it's there's always two sides of the story. And I tried to take in both sides, and what is listed in here is not factual.
Going to Councilmember Bowen.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions. Can you, and this might be for the city attorney, can you clarify what the due process was for this in terms of when Councilmember Simon, Vice Mayor Simon was given the reports and when it was in order to prepare, and whether or not that was, where does that due process come from?
So if we can just describe the full due process considerations, because a variety of things involved up to and including this hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Bowen. We followed the internal city council discipline policy, Title I, Chapter 13 to the letter, which is what the council approved. And the request for discipline was provided on November 4th. The report was provided, as I had stated, to their counsel, who accepted service on behalf of their clients on November 7th, which had to be 10 days in advance of today. So it was on the 11th day that they were provided, and that's, again, in compliance with the report. The report that was provided is the basis, again, within Title I, Chapter 13. That's what the council used as the basis for the action, the resolution of the request for discipline. And that's, again, required by Title I, Chapter 13 of the Administrative Code. It's all within policy that had been approved by the City Council. And that's what resulted to where we are today.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that there's concern that censure means that the council members being censured will not have ability to represent their community or advocate for things or be present in their role. And I don't believe that that is what is happening. I also want to make a statement. We as council members are a body, and the council has a position of authority over the city manager and the city attorney. And in my experience, I hesitate and make sure to be really careful about my words and my actions when I'm in a position where I am not in power. And as a woman of color with a disability and a refugee and a first in so many ways, I take a lot of offense at this constant notion that somehow and if we dissent or disagree, that it is because of persecution. And I will tell you that I have sat on this dais for the last 2 years and have experienced things that I wish I didn't have to experience, and have experienced trauma that I wish I didn't have to experience. And so I have to think about how hard it is for somebody with less power to speak up and say, this has happened to me. So I want to give, I believe with anybody, any employee, it is best practices and what we need to do to take it seriously and investigate it. I appreciate all the comments about how responsive Vice Mayor Simon is to his community. That is not what we're talking about right now. I believe that wholeheartedly, that he absolutely wants to represent his community and cares. I believe that. It is also possible to have made mistakes and behaved in ways that are inappropriate and violate our city charter.
At this point, I'll go to Councilmember Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to try and be brief, but it's probably going to take a few minutes. Thank you to the public speakers that showed up tonight and those that showed up online. I think listening to you is a good reminder. A number of people that spoke were a testament to the level of satisfaction you have with your representation, or at least selective representatives, and also the level that people pay attention to what goes on up here in the inner workings of the council, at least in public. But I will remind all public speakers that if you're not in closed session, you're not in closed session. It's a sanctum. It's a sanctuary for thought. It's a safe space to disagree. There's plenty of opportunity for dissent, but there still has to be a culture of respect and a culture of communication that's important. And I say that, some of you know, I coach football at San Leandro High School, and I promise you, if you come to the football field at 3:30, you're going to see a different Pete Ballou than you see up here, because I coach football, and that's the way you do it. You communicate differently. It's a different culture. You have to read the room. You have to know do's and don'ts. You have to know maybe what interference is. There's certain things you certainly can't say to kids or say on a football field. There's certain things you can't do when you're supervising employees, even if you're only 1/7 of their supervisor. This is not about any former chiefs or clerks. This is not about a lack of responsiveness by the city manager to our requests. I've experienced that numerous times in 7.5 years. It's not about being ignored when uplifting voices, constituents. It's not about politics. It's not about a political agenda. I don't want this to come to the council. I would much rather be home sleeping right now. It's not a turf war, and it's not high school drama. It was a complaint from a legitimate employee who had an issue and wanted to uplift that issue so that it doesn't repeat itself if it was found to be true. I've had very candid conversations with former city managers. I've had very candid conversations with our city manager. Never threatened them. Our process guarantees dissent. It's not about asking questions. It's about decorum, diplomacy, communication, tone, and interference. And I'm looking at this report, which I think I'm going to talk about making the findings on. But for me, one of the most important parts of this report is not the end, not where the findings are. It's the beginning, where Mr. Botterud talks about the process, the scope, the standard of proof, which is a preponderance of evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt, and what credibility means. And there's a footnote about what credibility means and a reference. I actually went to this web reference on here that says, and there are certain guidelines they have to follow to determine whether someone is considered credible or not as a witness under these legal guidelines. Now, I don't know if this is the only legal guideline. I don't swim in lawyers' waters. I don't know that, but I found it very interesting to learn how they make those decisions. So I'm comfortable with the findings in the report. I'm not ready to make a motion yet. I'm going to see what else my colleagues have to say. Again, not having nothing to do with representation and willingness to work and be kind with people and represent the manor in District 4 and other districts and uplift the voices of dissent, because I think that's a job of a city council person. So I think the only thing I would say is I would be comfortable with that A, adding a footnote to the A where, 25-26, if Councilmember Simon is sworn in and seated to District 4 in fiscal year 20. If we go down that road, I'm comfortable with just making that footnote on that part A. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, coming back to Councilmember Viveros Walt.
Thank you. You can do the wrong thing for the right reason, or you can do the right thing for the wrong reason. And I believe that we were presented with a false choice. That the charter is there to guide us and provide the guardrails to protect the city and to protect the financial interests of the city. And I totally agree with, my experience of Vice Mayor Simon is that he's incredibly responsive to the community. But that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is what happened after. What happens in that relationship with our direct report. And I've had in my short tenure that overlapped with the former city manager, I gave her some critical feedback. And we had a really good regenerative conversation about it. And we established the way that we were going to work together. We communicated. I had a very explicit conversation about communication style and leadership style. How do we work together? If we get into conflict, how do we work past that? And so I think it's not when the folks who suffer the consequences is not the people on this dais. It's our taxpayers and the voters of San Leandro. And when we don't follow the rules, or when we think that the rules don't apply to us, is when we put the city at risk. So I would like to move to accept the report in its entirety, now that we have accepted the findings and the report in relation to Councilmember Aguilar. The rest of it, I'd like to move to accept the report so that we can move forward in the conversation.
Councilmember Blue, second. Councilmember Aguilar.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to accept the report, striking Councilmember Simon subjected Robustelli to misconduct, interfering with her ability to perform her duties based on her decision.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again, please?
Councilmember Simon subjected Robustelli to misconduct, interfering with her ability to perform her duties based on her decision. That is the second finding. I would like to strike that, accept the report with the interference, but strike the second allegation, or what Baudred said he subjected found was misconduct.
Okay.
In the findings of the text messages just appeared to just checking up and what's status and following up with the community requests.
Anybody else?
So that was a substitute motion.
Anybody else? So motion dies for lack of a second. We'll go back to the first motion. Any further discussion? So I'll call the question.
All votes are in. Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Simon recused, Councilmember Aguilar and Councilmember Azevedo voting no, and Mayor Gonzalez, Councilmember Baloo, Councilmember Bowen, and Councilmember Viveros Walton voting yes.
Okay, let's continue the discussion with the actual resolution that's before us and any changes, amendments that people would like to make. Councilmember Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. I'd like to take a look at item A, 50% reduction for fiscal year 24 until the end of the year. I don't think we should penalize Vice Mayor Simon since he has not been sworn in
and the election has not been certified for this item. And then I think council member shall be eligible to submit reimbursement. He does do a lot of city business and travels. I think item D should also be valid until the end of the year.
So I just want to make sure that I'm tracking these correctly. You went from A to C, or did you?
Oh yeah,
also
I went from A.
Yeah.
To C.
Thank you.
I agree with D. I don't think we should remove vice mayor from his role. So I would strike E unless we figure out a training that he can do online Friday. I'm sure there's trainings I have asked for training, but I have not been given a list of what type of training to do. I probably could have done it before I came to the meeting, but that he maintained his status as vice mayor, with the exception that he completes the training, and that a link be sent to him that he can do virtually.
Okay. Anything else that you want to put out there for discussion? Okay, then I'll go to Councilmember Viveros Walton.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Aguilar on striking C. I think that would prohibit the council member, the vice mayor, from performing his council duties in the city, or if he's going to any other meetings. I think that's reasonable in order for him to perform his duties. Actually, I'll just leave it at that for now. I'm supportive of that one, of striking C.
Any other input? Okay, so at this point in time, I'm going to ask a legal question, and I'm putting you on the spot. We're on the spot, legal analysis. But talk to us a little bit about this election element, because Councilmember Simon was up for re-election, but as Councilmember Aguilar rightfully points out, the election's not been certified. In fairness, he's the only candidate, and so his certification is by almost all accords going to be 100% likely. So help us think through this a little bit.
So I think a conservative approach would be to limit any sanctions to the current term. I think the council, because the individual ran unopposed, and in some instances there wouldn't even be an election, the person would simply continue in the seat. I think the council has some flexibility to go into the future term, but certainly confining your sanctions to the current term simplifies the situation and avoids any issue about having something from a present term affecting a future subsequent term.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm going to go to Councilmember Bowen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about this process. It is incredibly difficult. One of the things I was so shocked by when I started experiencing so many things and seeing so many things on this council was this idea of who holds us accountable. And turns out, obviously, the voters do, but also we have to hold ourselves accountable. And that makes doing things like this incredibly difficult because, of course, we will continue to work together and try to move things forward. Can you, Mayor or City Attorney, speak to re retaliation for the votes that we're taking tonight? What's that process look like? Councilman Aguilar spoke about feeling persecuted, and I will tell you that I am honestly worried. I have already started to hear and things and have been things are not always as they seem, and I want to make sure I understand exactly what are the consequences of what happens today in terms of retaliation.
Okay, so we'll start with some basics, and then we're going to get some legal advice. So factually, the city of San Leandro does not have a code of conduct for council members, a code of ethics, and I think that we've talked about that openly, about the potential interest in adopting that. So we can't turn to the code of conduct to address that. But there is law about retaliation. And I know that council members, elected officials are in a different category, but to the degree that you have some guidance for us about what retaliation would look like, I would appreciate that.
Well, it's somewhat unfortunate that in this day and age, people tend to think that if somebody does something and they don't like it, it's open season on any kind of retaliation somebody decides to dream up and come up with. That's really not the way things are supposed to work. I don't believe that there's any official type of retaliation that someone can take for any action that a council member takes in voting on a matter such as this. Certainly, probably the most common form of, I'm going to say retaliation in quotes, would be that the next time an individual runs, they don't get reelected because a majority of people feel that certain action taken was inappropriate. Now, you take actions pretty much every time you meet. And so, somebody could decide that they didn't like a particular land use decision that you made or a particular budget position that you took. So it's very hard to say in that context. Certainly, if someone were to take some type of retaliatory action that damaged property or caused some sort of harm, there would be consequences, both civil and potentially criminal. But, I'm going to say that what's going on here this evening is not the type of thing that should rise to any type of retaliation. I mean, in the grand scheme of things going on in this country, this is not the type of thing that anybody should get that exercised over. And I don't know what else more I can say.
Okay, so I'll come back to the council member, see if there are other questions or comments. So at this point in time, I'll go back to Councilmember Riveros Walton.
Thank you. As we move towards moving this forward, I just wanted to address my colleagues, all of my colleagues on the dais. when I was sworn in March, I had individual conversations with everyone on the dais. And I said, I will call you if I have any issues, if I have any questions, and feel free to call me. That I will not engage in the so-called chisme or the gossip, but that I wanted to work with all of you. And I want to continue to do that because we have very serious business of the people that we need to carry forward, that we need to deliver on. And we are looking at discussing important policy decisions in this upcoming year. We are looking to adopt a biennial budget in times of fiscal uncertainty. And I want to continue working with all of you in the way that we have before. And that this conversation is about accountability to ourselves and to the public. Because what is clear as an outsider and now on the in is that we need to work as a team. We are a team whether we like it or not. We have to form some sort of majority to pass policies that improve the material conditions of people living in San Leandro. And so whatever happens with this particular vote on this resolution, I want to reiterate my commitment to all of you that I am always open to talk about policy. And I want to continue working with all of you on really important policies that will come before us. And so I hope that we can continue that relationship. Thank you.
Before giving my thoughts, I want to make sure that everyone has had a chance to have their say. Okay, so I concur with your thoughts, Councilmember Riveros-Walton. Because in the end, like as I mentioned when I was speaking about our first action item, I found Councilmember Aguilar to be very helpful. I've found him to be collaborative and informative. I feel like we've worked together on a variety of things, and I feel the same towards Vice Mayor Simon. I find him to be a very thoughtful, intelligent person who works very hard and is there for his constituents. I haven't seen anything to the contrary. The challenge here is that that's really not the question. We are working to set boundaries and confirm what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. The whole concept of exploring a code of conduct is specifically to help that conversation be more clear and more concise. One of the very first things that I said to Fran Robustelli when I came here is, how is it that every Fortune 500 company has a code of conduct and we don't? It's, well, this is government. The whole idea here is to really make sure that we're doing the right thing the right way. And are people able to cross those boundaries at times and do things that they're not supposed to? One thing to be a vehement advocate, it's another thing to threaten someone's employment over an item that you have no authority. We have no authority over the hiring and firing of a police chief. We have no authority over the hiring and firing of the person that paints the curbs red. That is the city manager's job. And to threaten someone with a bad evaluation because that individual is exercising professional judgment using all the available information, that is out of bounds. We saw in Alameda that council members got in trouble. It didn't end their careers. They continue to be advocates. They've been elected. It really is about setting boundaries. And so, anything that I can to say to try to assuage anybody of political concerns Now, let me just be very clear. This is not a political issue. This is about setting up good governance in our city. And running away a city manager, if that's what happened here, that's not good. And so I am particularly interested in good governance. I'm particularly interested in moving forward. And so I'm going to make some proposals based on some of the recommendations that have been made, and let's work through it. On item A, I am troubled. I'm troubled by the legal risk that we are exposed to. The flip side of that is this would also suggest that anyone who's at the end of their term can pretty much do anything, because there's no consequence in the following year. So what do you do with that? How do you weigh those two things? I think based on the advice of legal counsel, I think that we should end it at calendar year 2024. And if we need to revisit for lack of compliance with the training obligations or other misrepresentations, we can revisit that. So I'm saying where it says fiscal year 24-25, we would scratch that out and replace it with calendar year 24. B is left unchanged. C, remove the word not. So council member is able to seek mileage reimbursement while driving on city business. There have been no questions about D, so we'll leave D unchanged. I would suggest that on item E, and I'm not quite clear, my record here has a scratch out, but I would recommend that we reduce that. Well, it says until mandatory training is completed, so we'll leave it at that. We'll leave that one unchanged. E remains unchanged. I think that item F, given that his term as vice mayor ends in a few weeks, that we should leave that unchanged. So I'm saying I would suggest striking F completely. So that's my proposal. I'm going to have city manager endeavor to read it back so that we can all try to make sure there's two voices that are saying this on the same, and that we're on the same page, and then we can tweak it. Okay, so let's just make sure that we're starting from the same place.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a clarifying question before I begin.
Please do.
On item A, my understanding is that the 50% or $5,000 reduction in travel and training will conclude on December 31st, 2024, which is in approximately 6 weeks.
Correct.
So the budget is based currently on a fiscal year. And so I just want to make sure that the council and you were giving me clear direction.
That's the proposed direction given the legal advice.
So if Councilmember Simon has not spent, let's say, any of the current year's $10,000, he would only lose $5,000 by December 31st, 2024, but would be eligible to spend the remaining $10,000 between January and June of 2025, the current fiscal year.
So I want to clarify that that's the legal advice.
Well, I think since the budget goes for fiscal year by the fiscal year and the amount is budgeted by the fiscal year, you could leave the current language that deals with the fiscal year, notwithstanding the fact that it goes into the next term. I thought the bigger issue was fiscal year 25-26.
Okay, so with that in mind, since this is kind of, I'm trying to frame a motion here, we're going to, in my update, I want to scratch out, I want to put a period after 2025 and scratch out 5,000 in fiscal year 25-26. So eliminate this notion of calendar year, and we'll go with our fiscal year that we budget to. But it will only apply to fiscal year 24-25. Other clarifying questions?
No, sir.
Okay, so then what do you have for item B?
Item B, I have scratch item B, exclude.
Item B, there is no change. So item B remains exactly as it is. Okay. Item C.
Do I have that one saying?
This one is remove the word not.
So if I may, I think you should just drop that particular item, because the prefatory language before you start any of this is that the council hereby takes the following disciplinary measures. And it's not a disciplinary measure to continue to be able to get the travel reimbursement, because everybody can get the travel reimbursement.
So this is a technical question. Because we've limited it to 24-25, are there any excess travel funds to be reallocated? Because I know in the past, we've talked about the reallocation of funds. Are there any travel funds to be reallocated? It's within 24-25.
So this is strictly for mileage reimbursement.
We're back to B, correct?
I'm addressing what is currently listed as C. So it's not a disciplinary measure to allow him to continue to get mileage reimbursement. It
Now
was
I
a
understand your point.
disciplinary measure to not get mileage.
Understand your point. Sorry, my apologies. So for item C, because we removed the not, it's essentially not a disciplinary item. So there's a striking of item C completely. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
do we
please.
also strike B then?
Well, they're different things, but that's where I was with my question, because B has to do with the reallocation of those excess funds. When it was a 2-year period, that concept made sense. What I want to know is right now, do we have excess funds that council members are eligible for?
Yes, so this policy of excess funds went into effect last fiscal year, and the direction was for staff to redisperse the money for the concluding fiscal year of fiscal year 24. Because of this issue, we have held that report because we need to know what you're doing here to be able to come to council and ask for your direction on how you would like to disperse the remaining funds.
So I think it's still okay. There is still a pile of money. And this is just saying that he would not be eligible for that particular pile of money or that 1 year.
So what you could do with, if you're still on or going back to the 50% reduction in the travel and training budget for the remainder of fiscal year 24-25, is you could have the language in this resolution parallel the language you discussed for Councilmember Aguilar's resolution. And then you would have parallel situation.
I'd like that. So let us add that as well. So under letter A, well, let me just make sure. I think it's letter A. So under letter A, any excess monies, any money that Councilmember Aguilar, that Councilmember Vice Mayor Simon doesn't spend, that money will not go into the excess fund for general disbursement for fear of the appearance of conflicts. But that money will, like with the prior action, be allocated to human services for disbursement to support homeless programs. So the parallelism between the two. Does that make sense? So Going back, A, 50% reduction in Vice Mayor Simon's travel and training budget equivalent to 5,000 for the remainder of fiscal year 24-25. And then we'd add the savings will be allocated to the Human Services Department for disbursement in support of homelessness reduction services, that type of language.
And we are striking 5,000 for fiscal, we're just striking fiscal year 25-26.
Correct. Thank you for just, the very end of that is struck. Okay. And then B remains as is. D, we all agreed to. That's my sense that everybody agreed to that. On E, this still remains just as is, but upon completion of training, there's eligibility for reappointment. And then I am recommending that we strike F.
And so if I may,
Certainly.
to just have this again be more parallel to the action that was taken previously, I would suggest that D become A and E become B, and then you have A become C and B become D.
For purposes of parallelism, it's just rearranging the order so it's in a similar priority order. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take your suggestion. You are suggesting that D becomes A. What was your next suggested renumbering?
That E becomes B because they follow each other.
Correct.
And then, and in the new B, the last reference is to subsection A, not subsection D.
Subsection A, got it.
And then A becomes C and B becomes D.
Correct. Okay, so I'm going to read back what I think so that this is very clear. So when we go to do a resolution, that we have agreements. So the only edits that we are talking about at this point in time is to label the current A as letter C. The text of that will involve introducing a period at the end of fiscal year 24-25, the scratching out of and $5,000 in fiscal year 25-26, excuse me. And then a statement similar to in the prior resolution that the savings will go to the Human Services Department for addressing homelessness with matching language. The current B becomes subpoint D as in David. And there is no other change there. The current letter C is eliminated. The current letter D becomes letter A, subpoint A. And the current letter E becomes B, as in boy. And the reference in the fourth line to mandatory training in subsection D, as in David, will be changed to read mandatory training in subsection A. And then the last change will be that the current letter F will be eliminated. I'm going to go to Councilmember Aguilar at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. I'm having trouble with, we moved letter E to letter.
The current letter E
Is staying as E?
Is becoming letter B, namely, he's not eligible until he completes his training.
Okay, I'm just a little troubled that there's probably 6 or 7 weeks left until the end of the year. What would that process look like
will he be able to get a link to complete a training virtually, or will it have to be in person? And will we have to reinstate him as vice mayor? And if we do, when would that process happen?
So we've eliminated, just for clarification, we've eliminated the removal of the vice
Oh,
mayor
gotcha.
title.
Okay, perfect.
So F is gone.
Wonderful. And just to add, you had mentioned that this is something that we do, and we should not, we do not interfere. Yeah, I think there's been many instances where we had our police officers who have been involved in multiple officer involved shootings where they have to be removed from their job. Given due process, sometimes they get exonerated. I just want to leave it at that. When we have cop killers, I think we know the community has a say, and we are that advocate. So that is something that we wholeheartedly advocate around and rally around to support and let the city manager know there's something rotten in the state of Denmark and we need action quick. So I think that's what happened is moving behind us. I think we all need to move forward, but I think that this resolution that we've compiled is something that I agreed to, and I'd like to make a motion to move it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Aguilar.
I'll second.
I have a second by Councilmember Baloo. Just before voting, I'd like to concur. This has not been pleasant. This is not fun. I mean, I see people out there that I know that have been very friendly with me. There's nothing fun about this. And I appreciate your willingness to make that motion. Please vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Simon recused. Councilmember Aguilar, no. Councilmember Azevedo, no. Mayor Gonzalez, yes. Councilmember Baloo, yes. Councilmember Bowen, yes. And Councilmember Viveros Walton, yes.
Okay, it's 12:32 and we are adjourned.